Is that 3 babies? Am I mathing wrong? I was never good at maths. Lizard thorch lizard lizard hama lizard 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 tier 100. Lizard thorch lizard lizard hama lizard 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 tier 100.
Not only is she doubling up, she's like a double up delay. What the fuck? Oi, hey, we trying to do that? Hey.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Stealth 236 pet stealth 236 gray stealth 236 gray stealth 236 give
Why is
up.
my whole chat blue? Why are you all blue? Thank you for the resub, Buddha, and thank you for the resub, Astra, and thank you for the biddies, the fool. Even if Chato-san
Thanks
decided to.
Fool 44 for gifting Dave a sub. Now Dave can never leave.
Dave! Dave! Let's go! Dave, well, what? How you doing? How you doing? Did you, like, have a seizure while you're typing in your username? What happened there? What the fuck happened? Blue! Everyone's blue! Why are you blue? Math look a lot greener today. I'm a little bit jealous today. I'm a little bit green today. Ow! Stomach pain. Fuck, that's what I get for eating that banana too quick. Ow. Nah, I am paying attention to my very blue chat. My very blue chat.
Thanks Fool 44 for gifting 1
Good,
subs
you
to
don't-
my shadows. A worthy tribute indeed. The Fool 44 gifted a tier
God,
1
she's-
sub to Boonies for you.
She's literally only doubling up with the fool. What the fuck? She has a favorite! The fool is a favorite! Let's go! Thank you for gifting sub two bonies for you. You can't pull this grumble. Nice fucking actually. 10. Technically. But we don't tell SSB that. No. Egg child. My egg. Look at her. I made her. Hang on. We're gonna zoom in on the skirt, chat. On the skirt. I even made the skirt turn 3D because I was a stubborn little bitch. I haven't done the second layer of the skirt because I died at the first layer because I was a cranky. I was a cranky bean all day yesterday. I was just so cranky. So fucking crankers, man. But look, she's so alive. She's so alive. Whoa. You are not blue. Egg. The egg. Very jiggly played. Very jiggly. She's looking good. She's looking good. I still have to like.
Be afraid. You should not. I'll take care of you. I will.
I want nothing to do with that. You guys, leave you guys alone.
Banana. Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Honestly, that banana is just as bruised as my real bananas. I did that this morning. Yay, banana! I'm still tilted. I can never win. Once you tilt on VTube Studio, you never fucking go straight again. Let it be a warning to you, chat. Yay for the rest of days. Frankie banana! That was me this morning, honestly. I ate way too quick and now my tummy hurty. Grandpa, how you doing? Did you manage to figure out quotes? Oh, he's got it! He's got it, chat! Lobster has rediscovered the add quote command. Let's go! Mouse, you don't have to get an excuse for moving so much. We know you just want to watch the poop pants. It was the Yetis all along, chat. It always was the Yetis. Before I got distracted by banana, though, I was going to show off the bells and say that I gotta add more detailing to the bells because bells. Or the bells will get more details. I just needed to move on to the bones of the body before I went into deeper detailing because I felt like it. That's why. So I might eat it in my mind. Oh, what the fuck? No, fuck. Wait, you can pull up specific quotes? I didn't realize you could do that. But yes, SSB's coming along great. She's looking beautiful. She's moving so much more than me. I'm jealous. I am green. Just a little bit. Also, I realized I had her up to the side whilst I was eating my nene. And, I realized she could really stay me numbing on the, when I'm chewing. I like chew sideways. I realized the thing. It's the thing. The music is really quiet. I need to turn that up. Thank you for the hydrate, Little mouse getting distracted by banana and titties. Look, anything that goes jiggle, 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 jiggle gets my attention. I mean, I might have accidentally yeeted it into the abyss and I can't be bothered re-pulling it back out again of Live 2D. But look how distracted I would get by mouse model tuber. You spilled tea, what the fuck? I am paying attention! What the fuck? Or an ad gay for the rest of days? You're just making shit. Hey, no fake quotes. No fake quotes. Oi! 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 wait, no, I did say that. Never mind. I forgot it already. I was about to beat you up. I'm like, I didn't say that. Gaslighting streamer. Just go. It's all a lie. It never happened. My tummy hurting. I'm off with these accusations. Treat me like the new baby I am. Hey, SSB. Sorry, I just threw your fob away. Oh gosh. Oh, my tummy hurting. Why did I do this to myself? Ow, ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Got your banana slowly. Don't do this. Hi. Ow. You missed your model, sneaky picky. You weren't here. Where were you, my child? You missed. You missed. Fuck, I'm sleepy. ADHD meds, can you wake me up, please? This is not really. I'm awake. Boy, booyah, I'm awake. Where were you, my child? Where? Actually, any excuse I have to take my child out. What are we talking about here? You don't have to twist my arm. I'll always whip her back out again. You don't have to ask. I just do whether you want me to or not. I want to show off the skirt, but like it's kind of hard to have the skirt in and zoom in enough that you can like properly see the fish. Hard. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, oh, that's the thing disconnect. This is what I get every time I take my glasses off and on. Like the fucking she spazzes out a little bit. Oh, you're my superstar hammer. Yes, sir. Oh, she's looking good. She moves so good, and I haven't even added all her movements yet. So like she's moving good already. But she can't move even more. She can't move. It's funny because I haven't done anything to the legs, so it's like every now and again you get like a little bit of hip. Get the hip. Wait, hang on. Let the hip out. Get the hip out. It's not working. Why does it work when I don't want it to work, and then it doesn't work when I want to show it off? Get the fucking hip out, SSB. Whatever. Like her legs haven't had anything done to them, so they're just stiff. But her top half has been. Oh, she's one of those what are they called? One of those dashboard things that like they're like the skirt dancers. They did the Hawaiian dance. What the fuck it's called? And it's literally just the top half moves and the legs down nothing. They're just stapled to the dashboard. Literally one of those. Hula! I don't know why I didn't want to say hula, because every time I say hula, I feel like hula hoop, and I'm like, that's not it. But the hula hoop was probably named after hula girls, so yeah, that makes sense. That actually kind of makes sense. Yeah, okay. The hula dancers, yeah. But of the very few orange chat does. Where are my jettos before I forget? Oh yeah, SSB, I'm sorry for what will happen with Calamus and probably others, but I gave you armpits because I made your terms deeper than what Lily had set up for the model art, so now you have armpits. Yeah, sorry for about what you're gonna have to deal with when you eventually they debut the model. I'm actually like legitimately I'm so sorry. If I can get her done in like the next, I'm hoping the next 2 weeks. Imagine debuting it in November. You can totally destroy everyone's NNNs. You can totally fuck up their whole goal. Be like, you're not allowed to do nothing. You gotta be wholesome this whole November, chat. You gotta give me a whole November of peace, chat. You can force them to give you a November of peace, and then after that, you're fucked. Completely fucked, man. Armpit streamer. Hey, just get like, bro. How you doing? Get the rip. Armpits degeneracy. It's all right. They don't sweat, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, you know how. I don't know how many of you guys have Calamus Prime on your Discord. You know how long it took me to realize that his fucking profile picture is like Crony's armpit? I literally couldn't tell what the fuck the picture was, and I only realized yesterday that it was an illustration of Crony's armpit. I was like, oh. It's like I knew you were DGen, but oh. Okay, is that far gone, are we? Flint, no one asked you. Even more degenerate than the back tube is. Flint! Boy! You know what he's literally standing in the hallway with his head away from my door and just barking down the hallway. There's nothing there to bark at, he's just barking to bark because he wants to complain about the fact that I'm talking to the light box. He doesn't expect anything to happen, he's just doing it to bitch. What a little bitch! Don't pet the Flint, he's naughty! Go get the baited boy! Any part of body, that's fetish, huh? There's hand fetish, finger fetish, foot fetish, armpit fetish, knee fetish, eyeball fetish. Shall I go on? But it's not considered a fetish when it's tits and ass. Why is that, huh? I don't get it. Why is that not a fetish? Why is that one considered normal, huh? Why am I having this conversation? It's wearing SSB's flesh suit for too long. I'm getting tainted. Hang on, I need to change back. We gotta go back! Ear fetish? What? Actually, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised by that. Ass fetish? Oh shit. Alright, it's a good thing. Oh, why am I stuttering? It's a good thing I took your model off, eh? Hey! Stop. It can't be stopped. Oh yeah, by the way, SSB, even though you didn't ask for it, speaking of sending that cool emote, you're gonna have a toggle for your glasses that turns them black. Like either you can either call them shades or you can say that you're blind. I don't care which one, but you're getting it. So you're welcome. You're welcome. Nice. I was thinking of also doing a version where like the lenses just turn pure white, so it's like that anime meme where like this really smart character gets the lenses turned completely white so you can't see their eyes and they're just like shing. I am cool, or I am thinking of degenerate things, which is on character, I feel like. Yeah, like Evangelion. Yeah. Twitch, why are you screaming at me that my connection is unstable? What? Wait, what? Average stream bitrate too high? I've been streaming at this bitrate just fucking fine until now. What's the goddamn problem? What's your problem, eh? Is anyone having like stream issues? Anyone at all? Am I like compressed weird? Am I stuttering? Right, that's why I don't understand. It's telling me my bitrate is too high. I was like, I have it set to 6K. That's normal. It's fine through OBS. It's literally just Twitch being a little wanker. Abs! I don't think abs is considered a fetish either. Why? Why? This is favoritism. Oh, and by the way, hello, Jensen Von Doom. I didn't say hello. Nerd meme, yes. My number one fear is woman. Oh no! I am also woman. Even though if you ask anyone in chat, they call me black. Sorry, Flint and the cat were interacting in a nice way for once in their fucking lives. Those two are normally like either barking, Flint barking in the cat's face, or simple bitch slapping the dog. So whenever they do something cute, I always stare. Just to witness the moment. Why are we screaming? It's always difficult for me. Oh, okay, because I'm female. Right, I guess. Fucking Jesus. Flash my yitties for half, it's fine. That's it. I'm going back in my shell. Fuck you all. I never had them. Woman, no! I'll cover my body. I see how it is. You and your phobias. That's woman-phobic. It's always difficult for me to tell whether it's Twitch or me, because my laptop's been struggling. Oh no, who the fuck stole my wig? My laptop's been struggling for a while now. You use a laptop, bro. What are you doing with your life? Get a desktop, please. So much more upgradable. Laptops, especially these days with fucking everything trying to force AI. I can imagine laptops will be in struggle town right now. You know, Windows 11 uses way more RAM too. Fuck. My partner bought like a relatively beefy gaming laptop for when he would have to travel for work. And it was installed with Windows 10 and it was just fine. Cause like, I think Windows 10 runs at like, God, I can't remember, like 2 to 4 gigabyte of RAM by default. And he upgraded to Windows 11 and it's like, I think it's like 3 times more RAM than Windows 10 just at like flatline. So now almost all his RAM just goes towards running Windows. I was like, that's why you shouldn't have fucking upgraded. You shouldn't have done it. But he did it. Now the laptop is slaggy and slow. Almost impossible to use play any games on it. And we can't even modulate it to make it have more RAM because it's a fucking laptop. Ah! Why is the world like this? I'm allergic to love. Well, get your hives, bitch, because I love all those derogatory. And by being in my chat, you are not Jatto. Outside, how you doing? Oh, I'm a pure house cat. Hello, hello. I used a laptop. You're all in suffrage. I tried to stream off a laptop the first time I did streaming, by the way. That was an interesting time. That was when I was a face tuber. Ah! That only lasted for a short while. Hey. I'm gonna save up for a desktop. I've been wanting to build one for a while. Do it. So much better, so much more upgradability, so much more modulation. You can keep up with games with no struggle. Well, except for financial, because you're gonna pay for the upgrades. But it's beside the point. You can sell the old parts just fine. But this laptop of mine has gone through many trials and tribulation, even to this day. You continue to make it fight for its life. It's like fucking Hunger Games every other day. Kindness is my weakness. Well, in that case, you will be safe here, because just because I love you doesn't mean I'm gonna be nice to you. You fuck buddy. Toxic relationship a go. Wait, a mousy face reveal? Impossible. All evidence is gone. Gone. You fuck. Hi, the hikers. And now I don't even have to brush my hair before I stream. It's great. Just like Asmongold, for real. Except he also doesn't shower or do his teeth or clean his house. And the only time he cleans anything is when things smell like dead rat. I'm not bored. I have a perfectly good set of hair. Can't believe you told that poor girl I wasn't in chat. What? You wanted to... Yeah, what? You said like, oh, I can't hear her. I was like, oh, yeah, I'll make sure, because she was talking to you. She was trying to have a conversation with you, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry. He's not here right now. And then you promptly fucking clicked in, and I was like, fuck! Don't make me a liar! Oh, God. I had to follow. Oi! 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 Speaking of follow, chatos, you need to... Oh, fuck, if I can type it right. Pretty certain it's not 2 X's. I'm pretty certain it's that. Oh! Oh, I did the wrong thing. Hang on. Fuck! All right, hang on, I got this. Hang on. Look, I'm a mod too. I know how to do things. Yay! What? Go check out chat. Go check out Robin and Noxie. She is another one of my VTuber babies, and she is debuting on the 20th of this month. She is debuting the model that I rigged. Poor girl went through hell in a handbasket with that model. She had commissioned a studio, quote unquote, to rig it for her. She paid a pretty penny for it too, and what she got back was, it was not it was not what she paid for. Let's just put it that way. Hot damn. So she happens to be friends with Karayopi. Well, I am friends with Karayopi. Asked for help for a mysterious unknown person with rigging, and I was like, what happened? Let me help. And then I helped. And now she has my rig. Now she's my baby. Now I have fertilized that egg. I can't fertilize the seed. That's not how that works. That egg. Meteor Force, how you doing? Oh wait, you're Frost now. It's not for. Meteor has fixed their username. They're now finally Meteor Frost. No more Meteor Forced. Yippee! We celebrate. How long ago did that happen? Yeah. She doesn't recommend you on her channel? Nani? Wait, who? Oh, Robin's keeping me mostly secret until she debuts, because she doesn't want people seeing her rig ahead of time. So it's secret squirrel stuff. She didn't want to connect her community to me until after debut, so they don't get spoilerinoed. That's all. She's not resentfully like, fuck you, Riggy, you don't get no recognition, bitch. And she just keeps super secret squirrel. Mouse. Super secret mouse? Same difference. We're all rodents here. How you doing, Lors? Glenn, calm down, buddy. You need to calm your farm. Alright, chat. I suppose I should actually open up Subnautica rather than just sitting here yapping. I really hope I get to take Dave with me.
Stealthy_squirrel homonotters stealthy_squirrel homonotters stealthy_squirrel homonotters cheer 100. Stealthy_squirrel homonotters stealthy_squirrel homonotters stealthy_squirrel homonotters cheer 100.
She only doubles up with the full. And by the way, flashbang chat, I'm female. Wait. Do I have? Now I look even more female. What are you gonna do about it? Even if I'm bald. It took my hair away whilst I was goth, by the way. It feels like I only get half a toggle. I'm free. You thought I've been skinned. Nancy, how you doing? What? 3 stream street. Let's go video faster. Thank you for your contribution to the lurking and the watching and the chatting. Wait, but like, the bald with hoodie, it kind of works. You trying to... Hang on a minute, wait. I actually have a thing where I can... I know it doesn't work like this. Damn it! When I'm made, I can put the hood on, just the hood by itself, and it just like appears. I can't do it like this. 5 stream street, let's go, girl.
I'll take care of you. I will. Banana.
Kill me now.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Thank you for your contributions, Rumble. Thank you. Lynn, enough with you yapping. Free stream streak for pro! Congratulations.
That's all I require.
Wait, what's that? Charmed? What was that? That sounded an awful lot like a charmed sound effect. Wait a minute. I haven't seen that since I was a small bean. My mom was obsessed with that show. Bruh. Oh my god, wait. Oh! Speaking of Charmed, I was thinking just the other day that, like, you know how in the UK, like, they're doing the, Online Safety Act, and people are being arrested for what they posted online and for saying things against the online. And you even reminded me of, there's an episode of Charmed where, like, they go into an alternate universe where everyone is great good, and, like, you get fucking shot and killed for, like, parking in front of your neighbor's parking spot. Just what it reminded me of just the other day. I was like, oh my god, it's that one episode of Charmed. I was like, I don't know if other people have watched this show to even know the reference, so I didn't even bother, like, saying anything about it. I'm like, I don't know if anyone's gonna get what I'm talking about. Charmed, yes! It used to be on free TV, so I got to watch it sometimes, but it was always like the same 10 episodes. I don't know how many episodes Charmed actually. Oh, fuck
When
me.
the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop.
Pufferfish is
It's our
worse.
Bass Pro
I
Shop.
don't give a fuck.
Duh, what you think it was?
Hey,
Cause I
Kelvis, I
never
called
said
you
he
out
had the
earlier,
big
by
ass
the way.
pyramid by the mud. Yeah, some people wipe the
You a
rides cause they
fucking
think that
brag.
they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. You and me, let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians,
Oh, hey, Shady!
centuries. Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be. And now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, looking cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesizing all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop.
I'm slowly learning the lyrics by force.
Big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
You guys are slowly forcing me to learn the lyrics of that fuck-ass song. What the fuck? It's been a long time since I thought of Charmed. I think I can't remember how long ago it was, but my sister and I bought my mum, because she still has DVD players and that, we bought her like the complete DVD collection of Charmed. So she has the whole collection now. I think she's missing one season. And I can still be moistened, Shady Waffle. I can always be hydrated. I was just singing along with it. I'm still struggling. I only like kick in bits and pieces where I remember the lyrics. It's like when you sing that song that you heard all the time, but you don't know the lyrics. It's like, the party in the pro shop. Party in the shop. Pyramid by the Memphis. That's what I'm doing in the background. Duh, what you think it was? Pyramid by the mud. Yeah, that's it. I'm trying here. I'm trying. I know I missed a message in chat because I was getting screamed at about Bass Pro Shop. Been a long time since I thought of Charmed. My mom loved it. Yes. Which one do you think was worse, pufferfish or Yoda banana? Pufferfish is always worse because it gives a visceral reaction. I also hate the banana, but I'm lucky enough that it doesn't make a whole lot of mouth noises. So I like don't suffer too much with the fucking stuff. What's it called? Misophonia. But the pufferfish, it hits that misophonia real fucking bad. It's a struggle town, man. Yes! Wait, it's the Miku booty? Yeah! Booty. this. Wait, how much is each one? Oh, I know why they're more expensive. I'd originally tried to make it so that when you pet the pet, I would pet the real pet. And Sybil was fucking harder to get because he would be buggered off elsewhere in the house. And no longer has that connection. Nothing! Right, chat? We didn't say anything about Prime earlier, right? We just talked about his profile picture, and that was it. That was all we talked about. Right, chat? So we're in agreement. So glad I have Sizz 5k bits emote. Worth every penny for the ass. Which one? One of them? When you pet the pet and when you pet the real pet, the mouse. Did you understand, Technots? It make perfect sense. When you pet, I pet, and I go find pet in house and pet the pet. Yes? Yes, say perfect English, yeah? Fucking read the dictionary, huh? Huh? Get your grammar. Fuck. Internet, say it to my face, Daddy used Australian words, that's illegal. Only I'm allowed to say that. You're not even an honorary Australian. Yeah. You're not allowed to say that. That's against the rules. I pointed out, let's just say the only thing I did is I pointed out that it took me a hot minute to realize whatever the fuck your main Discord profile picture is. And then I warned SSB about her model same time. So I realized what that crony profile picture was. How many different fucking layouts do you have with your Discord stuff? Do you have a different profile for every Discord server you're in? Have you lost track of your Discord profiles? I think the only custom profile I have is in Zariath's one, and that's just because I renamed myself Daddy. I'm gonna do it to all my VTuber children, actually. I'll like call me Daddy, and that'll be my username. I changed it a lot, I've noticed, but also, you know how long it took me to figure out what the fuck it was? I had to zoom in. By the time I zoomed in, it was too late. I was traumatized. You mean the name? No, I mean the profile picture, not the name. I changed my name in different servers. I knew Grillimus was a big fan of Crony. Yeah, the wrong parts of Crony. Wrong parts. I warned SSB because I don't have it on my model. I actually adjusted SSB's art a little bit to make her turns deeper so she has actual armpits now. And I was just giving her a warning. Word of warning! And flashbang chat, I'm female! Oh my god! I got no hips. What the fuck? I'm built like an old Coke bottle. Not the really, like, the voluptuous Coke bottles either. The ones with the awkward knob near the top of the head. I'm shaped like a fucking Coke bottle. No! I'm gonna fix that with the new one, don't worry about it. I won't be Coke bottle shaped no more. Oh, it's so embarrassing. I love your outfit. Oh, it's so fucking cute, right? And I like that. You can't see it, sadly, but like I've actually just got like a really long, kind of like the knots. Don't mind me. I'm looking at under the yitties, chat. Under the yitties, like how the knot I have under around my ribs. I've got a big one of those that go between my collar and back down to the ribs again, down my back. I like the design. Fight me. SB already knows I need help. I know, but I was just giving her a heads up that you might get a little bit too well fed and therefore a little bit too overexcited, and she might need a couple of spray bottles. I was giving her a pre-warning to stock up on the anti-crime spray bottles. I imagine salt would work because you like slime, so that if we salt and then dry it up, you'd probably get a bit upset. So we'll get the salt water spray bottles. I'd drink that bottle. It's like the Coke. I don't know how many of you guys saw it. It's like the mini Coke bottles. They're like really fucking skinny, and for some reason they added a giant knob near the top. I don't know if you guys have them. They're like smaller than your standard glass Coke bottle. I remember them. I haven't seen them in a very, very long time since I was little, but as soon as I zoomed out, I was like, damn, I really am the Coke bottle. So sad. I only look like a Coke bottle because I gave myself anime Yetis, okay? I wanted to try my luck. Oh fuck, I keep breaking this tracking. I wanted to try my luck with Yeti physics, alright? Alright? And the lean shadow with the Yeti physics. And if I gave myself normal people titties, I wouldn't have had much to play with, okay? I just wouldn't have had as much to play with. No, I'm not flat-chested. Fuck you. I inherited all the tits and ass from my family to the point I still remember being 14 years old, not fully formed, and my sister and my mum, my two sisters and my mum, bemoaning that I stole all the assets. Like, what the fuck? You got all the tits? Give it back! No, if history is anything to go by, if I should ever have children, my tits will disappear. If the rest of the family is anything to go by. Because they might not have had much to begin with, but they had even less by the time they had produced a devil spawn. These poor, poor women. One of them has resorted to water bras. That woman needs more than a spray bottle for her chat. Probably not even the worst. Oh my god. Looking. If I had normal people titties, I wouldn't have had much to play with. Mouse, it's 2025. Look, IRL, it's plenty to play with, but for anime purposes, a B cup always looks like a D cup, and a C cup is fucking F Bahunga Jalunga Blues, alright? Let's be honest now. Everyone who's watched the anime knows this. And then if you're an A cup, you're actually like a quadruple A cup and you're completely flat-chested. Rip. I can't see them! Looks like a board! With shadow physics, fight me. Thank you for giving me physics! I gave you good physics. I was like, you might have noticed the first iteration I sent you had slightly less jiggle physics on the Yetis. I did turn it up a little bit because I was like, more. I need more. Especially with the Y physics when you go up and down, when they like, when they do that marble thing where they like separate and then back together again. I added a little bit extra there. I was like, needs a little bit more spice. Spice is the spice of life. That works. That definitely works. I love your bottle so much. I'm so excited to get her done. I'm giving myself a deadline. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Maybe 3 if I give myself an eyeball rest and then come back to add detailing, because that helps sometimes. Because I gave myself, when I was doing her hair and her head turns, I gave myself a little break. A little break of like 3 days in between, and it came out so much better when I came back and like could re-fandangle the model. It just, sometimes you just need to give your eyeballs a rest from looking at the same thing over and over again. Wonderful! How you doing? Goth. Stealthy, they also want thigh jiggle, don't worry. I'm gonna pull her up again. Oh wait, no, I'm goth right now, I can't. Have you seen what Lilyq gave me to work with? Have you seen what SSB's model mama gave me to work with? Trust me, there's gonna be plenty of thigh jiggle. I've been given plenty of resources to work with. Also, I just realized I still haven't pulled out Hama. Rip. Hama. You are? I forgot. Now Messi just needs to find time to work. It's 2.0, not 3.0. The Chevy was a test run to figure out the rigging program. Fucking fight me, it didn't count. It was just a rigging program test. And then I used it because it's better than a PNG. Yes, 4! I hope Sue can go back to streaming one day. I liked her chaos streams. Definitely had nothing to do with her 3D physics. Oh no. Yes. Made sure Xenia also made her thighs big for Crony Bento art. Yes. Big at the car. Big at the car. The hardest bit about SSB thighs is going to be trying to do the turns, because that's the reason why. Okay, well, you want to know the reason why? Actually, I'm in my skirt, so you can't tell. You want to know the real reason why a lot of VTubers have skinny thighs? It's because rigging thick thighs is a fucking nightmare! And I'm not talking about the jiggle physics, I'm talking about turns, because then they have to overlap each other. No, I can scroll back down now. When they're... See, I can only lap over one leg goes over the other. The other one, I can't put my left leg over my right leg, because doing that is a pain in the dick. I forgot how much detail I put in my hands. I actually like my hands. Anyway, back to thighs. It's much easier when they're skinny thighs, because then you only have one lap over, really, that's necessary. But when you got thick thighs, you have to be able to lap them both over, unless you want to stand fucking spread eagle like you're about to square up and fight your chat. So that's gonna be the trick, is figuring out how to make those thighs lap over each other in a nice, aesthetically pleasing way that works with all the physics that I'm about to put on that bitch. That's gonna be the trick. The trick. Looking, and look at all this thigh that I gotta work with. Friggin' no gap is a bitch, damn straight, and she got fucking thighs! Like, god damn! At least she has like the, oh, don't mind the missing legs. She's got the pigeon toes, like that Animu pigeon toes. So at least like her legs are a little bit further apart. But it's still gonna be tricky once I do. She's got no leg movement. Oh my god, her hip came out! Because I want to have that her hips, like, you know, you do the hip sway when you tilt your head, but also when she turns to face a certain way, she'll do a small hip sway. But also I want her to fucking do a mild steppy and like move this way and move that way. I want to have heaps of different like movement options. And it's just gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky with them thick thighs, I'm not gonna lie. I'll be honest. Thick thighs might save lives, but fuck, they murder riggers, man. Gonna be chained to my desk working on them thighs, and you better appreciate it. I don't care if it's No Nut November when it comes out, you better appreciate them fucking work that's about to go into them. Especially with these fucking fishnets! Oh my god, you have any idea how much time I spent meshing the fucking fishnets, dude? Custom meshing? Oh my fucking god. You know how many dots I hand placed on this model to get the full use out of it? Thousands of dots hand placed all over the model so that she can jiggle to my heart's content. And I'm still not happy with her hair. She still needs work. The back of her hair is pissing me off. I don't like the way it fuzzies out when she turns too much. Get detailing on that later. I might have to talk to Lily because some of the layers a little bit of adjusting for me to get full use out of them. I'm sure she won't mind though. She's good to work with. It's just hard to describe. Some parts are really hard to describe to people when they don't know how to rig. It's like, so this needs to like do this so that I can do that. And then they're like this. It's like, no, that's completely the opposite of what I wanted. No, that has nothing to do with what I wanted. Ah! So much harder to work with someone who doesn't rig. They're to no fault of their own. It's just trying to figure out how to describe things in layman's terms. It's like trying to describe color to a blind person. How the fuck do you do that? It smells, it looks like lavender smells. Like, that doesn't help none. Like, fucking what? I don't know what that means. Very hard, very difficult. I'll be sure to show many thighs. Thighs redeemed. Let's go. I had an idea. I might have to speak to Lily. I just had an idea about thighs. We might have to discuss with Lily something. Maybe she's up for it. Anyway, I can't wait for your model. Have this kind of head mover. I'm super excited because I'm gonna push some limits of the model. I'm gonna pull out another really old model that I made. I'm gonna pull out Solomon, another one of my sons. Do I still have his model? Solomon. Ooh, Solomon. Oh, he's still here. Okay. This is a much older model. Don't judge me. All right. Oh, the pain. Oh. Okay. I can find... Nope. There we go. All right. There he has hair that kind of like, when he turns his head around, that's folded over his ear. You notice how you don't see a lot of models that have hair that comes from the front and wrap around to the back? Because that's a bitch to do. Oh, it's so not set up for V-Bridger tracking. That's a pain in the ass to do. You know what's more of a pain in the ass? Is to do that on a model that has curly hair, because the shape changes as you turn your head. And I've got something similar on my 2.0 model. Going to give me nightmares to do, but if I can do it right, it's gonna look fucking amazing. I already have an idea of how I'm gonna do it. Matter of work. And then adding physics on top. That's where the hardness really kicks in. It's like, whoo, all right, Jesus. Gonna burp. Oh, excuse me. I'm not ready for 2D Fent though. You better be ready. You better be. Get ready. Lily is easy to work with. She's a sweetheart. She is. Yes, yes. You look amazing. She looks so good. Can't wait to get her all finished. You're gonna train S. I keep telling SSB, you're a Pixar animated character. Pixar. Pixar. She sent me a video of her like trying to practice modeling this model, and she's like stuck in a grin, and she's just doing this, and it's like, emote woman. You're grinning the whole time, and like as she's talking, she's like, and then all of a sudden she'll pull a face, and you realize I thought my setup was wrong. I thought I had fucked up something with the parameters and it transferred weird. But then she would pull a face and everything would move just fine. And I'm like, ah. So I got her to send me a comparison of like the model next to the V-Bridger face. And I was like, oh no, it's just you. And it's literally just SSB grinning nonstop. I'm like, no, you can relax your face. So this is me, my resting face. He actually already has a smile. Like SSB sticks it in like the full grin at all times. It's like, no, you can relax your face muscles, girl. Relax. Don't worry, you're not gonna accidentally frown. It's really hard. You gotta really pull the face to make it frown. I swear. Calling you out. Thank you for 7 stream streaks and remix. This is crazy. Don't worry, we'll get those numbers. We'll get them double digits. Just you wait. Double digits are coming. Wow, that's not right. It's so old. It's so old. It's I think it's my 3rd full model I'd ever done. I don't have Walzer anymore, but he was my 1st full model. And it was my main model, but it's received upgrades over time, so it looks a bit more up to date. Then it was Solomon. I don't know who it was after that. Years. Very long time ago. My eyeball is itchy. Give me a second. Oh. I couldn't stop grinning. I'm like, please stop grinning. I can't tell if the tracking is broken or not, girl. place. For the love of God. Though we did get her to change the V-Bridger settings, and now at least, instead of being stuck with her mouth open like this, her lips will actually close, so... At least we got that far. But she doesn't get the full guidance until she gets the full model. Then we'll do a... I always do like a... I don't know, I don't understand riggers that like give their clients their model and then just go, alright, good luck! Because there's no chance in hell that the VTuber will be able to get the full use out of the model unless the rigger guides them about the limits. Because like, even if the VTuber is familiar with live 2D models, you don't know what limits your rigger has made to the model. So, like, you really need the rigger there to help you set up to be able to do it, like, to its full extent. I mean, not correctly, but to its full extent, its full potential. I notice a lot, like, you'll see riggers will release showcases of their models, and, like, the model can move heaps, and it's like, oh, and then in use from the VTuber, it's, like, really stiff. It's like, why didn't the rigger help you? Why did they not help you set this up? Then what's the point of doing all this rigging only to not help you get the full use out of it? What the fuck are you doing, bruh? What are you doing? I need to, hang on. I'm stealing her flesh suit again, chat. I'm sorry. I'm just jealous, okay? I'll take my hood back off again. I'm still female and bottle shaped, but that's fine. Ah! What? Oh, what the fuck does it even mean? No, she was probably mostly too excited and used to how hard the current model struggles. I'd imagine, because I've noticed that sometimes all she's gonna do is do like a faint focus face and it goes into a full-on like angry frown. I'm like, damn! So I did make a point of that you don't have to force a grin. It'll smile pretty easily. It's actually the grins that you have to work, the frowns that you have to really work to get. Oh, got this, we got it! HoloLive. HoloLive models are fucked because I'm pretty certain they're forced to use HoloLive tracking. The HoloLive has their own tracking software, and that's why their models suck ass. Because I've seen the riggers show. I still remember one of Guru's last models before she graduated, quote unquote. I saw the showcase for the model and it actually moved really well, but she was forced to run it on their tracking software, so it was just like it's just horrid. The showcase always not necessarily. You can look just as good as it in use if the tracking software is decent and it's been set up correctly. But then again, I say that as someone who only does showcases. I say this, but if I did do showcases, which I'm always too lazy to make, if I did do showcases, it'd be like face track showcase. I know a lot of riggers will actually animate the showcase so that they can get the full motion out of it, but I like to have it shown how it would actually track on someone's face. Otherwise, it's pointless. Fucking pointless. So what's the point here if I can't do it with my face? It's a lie. That's what it is. Looks like Bento, but doesn't sound like Bento. Hello, Handyland's laundry hamper. Sorry, I keep stealing her flesh suit because I'm jealous of my own children because she moves more and better than me. I really need to upgrade this model. It's so sad. Because it was for HoloLive, I mean, yeah, it's their tracking software. Ass. Fucking ass, bah. It's ass. Anyway, I meant to be fishing. How long? I've been yapping your ears off for an hour. Why has no one yelled at me yet? Fish, 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 fish. Oh, the cat heard me saying fish. He's coming running. He's like, fish? For me? Oh, anyone else notice that now? I don't know how long this has been a thing. I did not realize that partners get like tier 2 and tier 3 animated emotes. Am I the only one that didn't notice that? Am I just the stupid one? I know, like, still emotes, but I didn't know there was tier 2 and tier 3 animated until recently. Because we appreciate you enjoying the Aussie company. You just like to hear me talk shit out my ass. Yeah, how long has that been a thing? Don't just yeah me and fucking ellipses me. How long has that been a thing? Am I just non-observant? In my defense, it doesn't show up on 7 when you have the 7 TV plugin enabled. You can't see emotes that you don't have. So I only discovered it because I went into Twitch native display and I was like, oh, there's more emotes here. What the fuck? Why can't I have that? Yeah. Some extra emote stuff for partners. For how long? Also, you're doing a ramble to yell at you is rude. I'm always fucking prattling on. Oh, prattling. Alright. Fish. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I still haven't decided whether or not I want to play Silk Song sooner or wait until my 2.0 debut and then I can pay homage to when this model debuted and I played Hollow Knight for the first time. I'm tempted to just hold out because it'll also give time, like I won't have to worry about, because I know a lot of my chatters, they don't like being in my streams when I play a game that's brand spanking new because they don't like spoilers, just like me, for real. So there'll be plenty of time for people to have time to play it themselves. Sort of thing. Where the fuck is my fish game? There it is. I think they gave new slots from what so a hot minute ago. No, 2.0, you reckon 2.0 as well, Desu? I have to watch Crony play it first so I can make fun of you. Hey! It's not how that's supposed to work. I got a burp stuck. Oh, excuse me. Alright, hang on, I need fancy lighting. It's compulsory. Where's my pretty lights? Subnautica. Right, that button. Oh my god, I look like a I look like a One Piece character. I need my hood back. Hang on a minute. I don't like that. I look like a one, I don't like that. Flesh wall, what? Flesh wall? You mean the fucking wall boss? Where's my controller? There it is. Oh, I haven't put deodorant on today. That'd be why I'm sweating. Please connect. Don't tell me my controller went flat overnight. You fucking wanker, you. Oh, come off it. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna have to plug my controller in. I need it. One day I'll learn to like start on just chatting, but I'm too lazy to swap categories whilst I'm streaming, honestly. Alright, I need to let the controller charge just for a little bit for it to connect. Alright, I'm just gonna let that sit there for a second. Alright, see what the volume's doing. You guys are not connected. Back. So. Subnautica. You and Prime need to go off in your own little corner and talk about your kinks after stream. No pets. No. Subnautica bullshit. Okay, but what would a Subnautica be? Would it just be like a nautical themed sub and you're the dom, so like your sub is dressed like, I don't know, a fisherman and you're dressed like the captain and then you dominate your I feel like that could work. It's like cosplay and BDSM all rolled into one. Right. I didn't say anything about One Piece, you did! I caught you red fucking handed. I saw on your stream. I saw it on your profile picture. I saw everything. And that counts because I saw it. Gotta pull an eyelash out. Give me a second. It's annoying the fuck out of me. Sorry, I am delaying just so my controller can charge enough to not die every 5 seconds. I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. Well, you gotta learn. You gotta. What are you playing checkers? We're playing chess here. Got at least 5 steps ahead. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm just gonna AFK for 2 seconds so I can de-sweat in my armpits. I'll be right back. Excuse you, Sybil, that is my chair. Yeah, you better fuck off. Gone for 2 seconds and he immediately tries to steal my seat. Well, I guess there's more than one way to send someone to David Jones' locker. Sipsty, there's my dirty joke for the street chat. Quick, clip it! Alright, come on, controller, please. Please! Come on! You good little controller! Ha! It's being a bitch, chat. Oh! Okay, be good, be good. Don't disconnect again. Please, 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 please. 10 out of 10 for that one. Taylor's telling people they're naughty. Are you naughty bugger, you? Hello! Have a set of edits I'm working on, and a pizza in the timer. It's gonna be lurking. Hope you're doing good, or at least better than I am. You're a busy little scramble. Definitely brain scramble. All right. I set free the pizza in the oven with a timer. It's okay. I understand. It's okay. It's in the name. You scrambled bread.
Passing 100 meters.
I don't have armpits.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Sound alerts.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly
The catter PNG tuber. Your reaction to things. Lemmus. Smell your copium leaking. Why am I in the submarine? What was I doing? Where am I? Oh, I was just collecting it again. Right. That means I have to get past that fuck-ass Leviathan. Oh my fucking god, he's just over there. Ugh, why did I leave myself this part? Of all things I could have left myself to, I left myself to this bit. Fucking hell. Oh, stealthy is a fucking bitch. Alright, fine. I didn't make the, but yeah, but you're still using it. It's still on your stream. You can't deny it. It's been a rough day. I had a pet bunny. Aw. But you don't get days off for pets, so yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope at least your work day treats you well. All right.
Engine powering up.
Alright, be nice, little Leviathan. I'm just gonna scooch on past. Why is she out here? Not appearing on my thing. She might be glitched out enough that I can literally just slide past. I actually think she is glitched out enough that I can just leave. Yeah, she's spazzing. She's fine. Ah! Alright, doesn't count. Alright, up. Oh, I'm at 12% battery. Whoopsie daisies. Okay. Home is some way. Why is the music doing this at me? I don't like it. Alright, how you doing? Send me home, ocean path. Next step is literally build the right at the surface. Build the what's it called? Neptune? Was it what they called it? I can't see shit. I can't see shit. I can't see fucking shit. Think of the lurk scramble. Hope your pizza tastes good. What's the rat doing? Rat. Ah! Not my fault. Nothing happened. I gotta stop talking about my 2.0 since it's like a year away, but I have so many little fun ideas and toggles for it. Ah! Why can't I have now? Of course I use it! It was free art! It's also cursed. We know it. A random fish chilling. Alright, buddy. Bing chillin', ba? It's just pitch black. I ain't seen nothing. Keep going forward and hope I don't crash into things. To get the big fish home. Whale. Get right there on the right. Glowy butthole. Beat around it. The bikini art haunts me. You like it, don't even pretend. You're a filthy degen just like him. Last stream I didn't use it though, but how many streams did you use it for? Pray tell. I have to turn back now.
Fortnite.
Fortnite. Ah! Fine, it's fine. Fortnite. Don't look at me like that. You know what you did. Ow. It's fine. Oh, that's a rock wall. That's a lot of rock walls. If you're right, just scrape the bum a little bit. A little bit of a scrapey scrape. Got these, bruh. Got the bruh. And recently eating those bananas has just been making me hungrier in the mornings. I wonder if it's like the sugar spike. Oh, there's base. Yep. Wait, no, wait, the fucking engine off.
Engine
Off it.
powering down.
Powering down. Off that light, turn on. Actually, we'll leave. No, just that one. La 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 la. Place you with full power. Place you with full power, sir. Now we have much more power. The power. Okay. One suit. What's your charge looking like, by the way? 100%. 100%. Alright, cool. Yeah. Let me out! Wonder how long it takes for the baby vomit to, like, reach the whole goddamn ocean.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. What there? Flashbang? What there? Sprint button? I gotta remember there's no sprint button. No sprinting. Can I take Dave with me? Hey Vex, how you doing? Why is it twerking? Whatever. Honestly, I don't judge. I don't judge. I'm judging. How close are we? I think I'm pretty close. I think I've done the main story line. I got myself so much kyanite because I was so salty about the not being able to get it before the kyanite. I was like, fuck you! Need more kyanite. Oh, it helps if I drink the water that I just collected because I'm kind of thirsty. Oh. Why is that flashing so much? Right, I reckon I can bring Dave without fucking eating him this time. Yeah, save. The only thing left to do is leave, right? Think? It deactivated the pew pew. I did, right? I did. I definitely deactivated the fucking gun thing. Oh, I think I did. La la la, na 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 na. Immediately. No, I weren't this time. I remember that they fucked up my muscle memory. I got a launch platform, but I don't know where the rest of Neptune's at, but I don't know where's the rest of you. Do I have copper? Do I have copper? Yes, I do. Where? Copper where? Alright, we are going to grab Dave. Okay. Dave! Come with me at my time. Yeah, do not trust muscle memory. It is not safe. Let's see. You can go where the repair tool at. Dave! Dave. Alright, I need table coral. I need a gold. Look, there's more copper. Yeah. Gold? Hello? Hello? Alright, do I not have any gold right now? Oh, there's... Oh, there we go. Gold. I also need 2 table coral, which I have to go get. Where's my knife? Knife? There we go. Table coral. Who's Dave? It's me a fucking fish. What do you mean, who's Dave? There you go. Alright. I can make a chippy. I make the chipper. Platform is like its own mobile vehicle bay? Yeah, I figured that, but I'm guessing I'll be able to craft Neptune once I craft Neptune launcher, question mark? Fuck, my tummy is trying to eat itself right now. Fuck. I'm gonna get hungry in the middle of the day. What is going on? I'm telling you, it's the banana! The banana did it! Do I have enough to make... Yes, I do. Oh, I need another one. Fucking sod it. God damn it. If I have a spare one laying around, that'd be nice. Oh. 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 Ah! Alright, off to get some titanium. Harass the stalker fish again. See, MILF? I don't know if I'd call her a MILF, but I did like Big C Mommy. Gosh, she's so sad. Look at all the Daves hanging around. You guys got some good metal for me to collect that's not actually just my own fucking camera? Please? Thank. Guys are useless. Fine. I will go hunting elsewhere, because I know a little bit further in there's a bunch of metal, because I was running into it before. Just gotta go a little bit further. A little bit further than where I'd normally go. La 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 la. Hey! Don't be knocky now. 4, 8. Come on. Gimme. Wait. There we go. What I need? Probably, maybe. My scanner. Alright, that should be, I think, the titanium that I need. Hey there! Back to base! Wait, where am I going? Oh, this way. Oh, my ear hole is itchy! I'm so sad that she died just to make babies that vomit. I honestly expected the enzyme that you needed to be their feces. Not for them to vomit every 5 fucking seconds. That can't be pleasant. It could not be very pleasant. I'm still convinced they only made them do that so much because gamers were not figuring out that they had to click on the vomit. The only thing I can imagine. Ain't no way that they would do that normally. Dave. No. I'm fucking hungry. The law states that it comes out of their skin while they were vomiting it, so it's a lie. That shit was everywhere. Alright. I just need the lead. My lead? Where's my lead? Please tell me I don't have to go hunting for some fucking lead. Don't do this to me! I've only got 2 lead. What the fuck? Bruh. Oh! Praise the Lord, Jeebus! Never mind. Okay. Neptune launcher. I'm gonna put it over this way. Fuck you. Fuck you, bloody. Goddamn camera. Bastard. Let's see. Up. So, let's see. How do we do this? Radio noises. Do I have to go to the mobile vehicle bay? Mobile vehicle bay it is, I guess. Where the fuck did I put that? Over there? No, that's my submarine. Where did I put my vehicle bay? Chat! Is that it there? Maybe? Right in front of it? Yes, okay. Oh my god, a baby! Dave! Where's Dave? Dave! This little guy's a little Dave, right? He's my favorite. He's so squishy. Cat Wolfia rides away. How you doing, Wolfia? Yeah, Wolfia. You are stupid. What do you want, dog? You're not getting nothing. There you are. Wait, where the fuck are all my shadows gone? Why did no one say that all the shadows were gone? You guys are just like, oh, well, guess there's no shadows today. How do you do this? Oh.
Cannot build here. must be constructed in deeper water.
Okay. How deep is deep, madame? Alright, let's go. Here's my little paddle boat. There it is. This way. I'm eating! Eat and type at the same time. It's not like you have to use your mouth to type, buddy. No excuses. Just deep enough. Let's go. Her. Right her, right her. We gotta go right her, right her. Oh! Okay. Play. God, I got my fucking camera right where my stuff is. I can't see shit! Ooh. I don't need that, so I'll replace the habitat builder with it. Ah! Ah! Okay, hang on. Wait. Okay. I got it. Okay, that works. Very deep. This is not very deep. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I don't know why I was expecting, like, tiny little life pod size, but... big chungus. My hand reaching up like I'm reaching for the sun. Touch the sun! Be one with the sun! Dave is friend, not food. Oh, dramatic sound effect. Now, what do? Ladder? Bruh. Fucking humongous. Okie dokie. Honey mustard pretzel. I don't know how I feel about that. Right. Oh, right. I didn't see that there. Right, okay. I mean, with fucking, give me the lighter. I'm blonde, alright? Let me alone. Okay. Doesn't require an awful lot, does it? Lubricant, plasteel would be hard to do early game, I guess. Plasteel and copper, more copper, of course. Always with the copper. Copper, 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 copper. I need to grab some of these to make lubricant because I don't think I have lubricant back at base. 2, I think. But I can't see my inventory. Papa Satan, how you doing? Eating the fruit. What wisdom has you?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Dave. Dave. I'm yawning! Oh shit, I forgot what I need already. Plasteel was a thing. Do I have pre-made plasteel anywhere perchance? Probably not. I'll make plasteel again. I need fucking more titanium. God damn it. You bastard. Did I not? Oh, I needed the seed, not the vine. Oh, I'm so bad. Fine, I'm gonna get some seed. Seed? Seed? Plenty of seed. You just... Sure, I'll eat it. I guess. Why not? Gimme, 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 gimme. Give, see it. Feel like old plan. Wait. I don't know how many I need. I'm just gonna grab 2. I'm a crafted on the Cyclops, huh? Save glow. It makes it hard to see things.
Systems online.
Upper. Bunch of stuff here. Might be able to make. Oh, I already had other creepvine cluster thingies. Ah! Alright. Lubricant. Devil is, in fact, a part-timer. How's that treating you? Like shit, I'd presume. I'm cash money right now, just tired from butchering deer all day. Hunting season just started. Oh, were you doing that as recreation or like job? As the butchering? As the butcher or were you the hunter or the butcher? Both. Have any lithium on here with me? I don't think I do. Oh shit, mine! Go back to... Don't think I had any on here. Oh no, I do have lithium. Color me surprised. I don't remember how many plasteel I needed though. I think I needed 2. Do any more? There you are. A gantry! Oh god. I gotta make multiple different things, don't I? I have everything that I need for that at least. Let's head back on over. Gonna go swimming with Dave. Over there. Too dark. Subnautica, the game where it makes your heart rate 200, especially when the baby ghost leviathans decide to go out on an adventure where they're not supposed to fucking be. Game wardens are the only governmental body on the face of this planet that I respect. Wait, I need to read the rest of that.
Seek fluid intake.
I'm dehydrated, so since I'm good at it, it's pretty nice. Read from top to bottom to top, you fucking idiot! Being a butcher, I actually get paid for finished work, so since I'm good at it, it's pretty nice. I only hunt what I'm gonna eat. Never kill an animal needlessly. Ah, so you're the butcher. And you hunt, but mainly butcher job. The game wardens are the only governmental body on the face of this planet that I respect. I feel like that's because they don't give a fuck about the government. They care about, you know, the environment. It's like, yeah, technically I'm hired by the government, but yeah. Dramatic music. Big stick. I have water with me, or am I... Yes, I do.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Look at him go! That big stick! Fuck yes! What's the next thing I gotta build? I do wish it would tell me in advance so I didn't have to just wait. Big stick. Feeling like Elon Musk right now. Look at my stick. I definitely built it. Ignore the robots that actually did the work. They aren't wandering, they are migrating to somewhere. Hey, Mousy, I need to do something. I need you to do something very important. It will be very funny. Jump off the forbidden diving board. Wait, I can climb up there? The next thing. Neptune boosters. I'm gonna do this in fucking blips and blobs. Ah, it's gonna piss me off. Aerogel, nickel ore, and a wiring kit. What a bitch. Can't you just give me the whole fucking lot in one? Yep. Ay caramba. It's gonna piss me off so bad. Bloody thing. Dude. But the elevator just leaves without you? Bro. Why does the audio change? Oh, fucking oh, okay. Oh, I'm alive! Actually, considering I take fall damage from the slightest fall, I was not expecting to survive that. I'm alive! Who can't kill me? I gotta go eat some fruit. Forbidden diving board! I don't know what was up. I'm guessing it's because, like, they assume you're not gonna go up there unless you have the Neptune built already, so they automatically do the audio thing. Ah, it's registering as though the rocket is... Yeah, okay, I figured as much. Ave. All damage is only really dangerous on repeated falls, so one big one doesn't deal much. Yeah, you fall a tiny distance and you end up with, like, broken ankles. Oh, I just got an oxygen bubble. Nice. Alright, let's make this other crap. Do I remember how to make aerogel? No, I don't. Aerogel, gel sacks, and ruby. I think I've got a spare wiring kit laying around, so... Walking off my broken ankles is clearly the way to live. So, yep, just walk it off. Brush it off, buddy. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. You don't need the doctors. You don't need that debt. America. Only America. Mouth noises. I love mouth noises. I need more fucking titanium again. What a bitch. A bitch! Ah!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Fucking hell. Jesus! I was like, I wasn't the only one that got flexed! What the fuck? Who priced that at the fucking dome? What the fuck? I'm so glad that runs smoothly now. I can't remember if my toothless dance, like the full rave one, if that works or not, or if it still lagged me out. I think I got hopeful, but it still lagged me. Give me goods. Thank you. Flex, you motherfucker! I just clean my glasses. I keep smudging them somehow. I think it's coming off my lashes. Reflex. VIP flex. Hold up. I'm not going to encourage jump scares by... Wait, I didn't realize it started in M shape. What the fuck? Thinking it was. Not the full-on rave! What the fuck? Where's the disco lights? Thank you, Reinhardt. That one. I didn't realize it started M-shaped. Is it my thing been so lagged out? I've been missing the first few frames of animations until now? Bro. You did that because I'm here? Nowhere is safe. And I'm not encouraging jump scares by VIPing anyone who doesn't successfully. Fuck you! No, thank you! You lost? My whole brain is lost.
Nag, sorry supporting my favoire streamer. Nag, sorry supporting my favoire streamer.
Favoire? Why does she... Oh my god, she does the fucking French accent. Favoire. My favoire streamer. Am I? What am I doing? Aerogel.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard. You know, I assumed that was meant to be like a fucking fap joke to begin with because you can't see the button that it's pressing. I just don't trust you guys. Oh my god, it's not glitching. I can finally have it! Yeah! I had to keep turning it off before because it kept killing stream. Rubies. Rubies. Okay, it's fine now. I removed it last time. Okay, it works. It works again. Kept having to get rid of the damn thing. Aerogel? Aerogel? 2 silver. Do I have silver anywhere? Don't know if I do. Don't know if I do. Don't think I do. Have silvery do. Salt though. No silver! Fuck! Titanium! And I need silver. Something in my eye! My eyes are just fucking me up today. Needs eyes anyway! I need a lithium too, right? For the plasteel, I think? Plasteel, 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 plasteel. Yes, 2 lithium for my plasteel. Wrong fucking one! Nickel? Lithium? And a buttload of titanium and some silver. I remember if I have silver on this fucking thing. No, I don't have titanium though, so we're gonna go titanium hunting real quick. La 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 la. Titanium. Oh, I'm stuck in the bushes. Hold up. Ah, that's what she said. Oh. Can't believe she doesn't trust me. I don't trust nobody. Adi, don't worry. Hell yeah, H20, he's getting it. He's on it. Where's... Hello. Sorry. Look, I deserve steel just as much as that guy does. Do I get silver in this area or do I have to go elsewhere for silver? Oh, I can get it from here. Nice. Question answered. Hey, 2 silver immediately. Luck is on my side. Now for the steel. I mean titanium. Same difference. Oh, there's some. What? Oh, he's got some. Let me have. Go put it down somewhere. Hey, put it down. Thank you. collectible here? Oh look, it's old loot. Yeah. Or 8. At least one more piece of titanium. All in there, I'm seeing. I just... Right, now I've got all that I need. Oh, what the fuck? Why are you still diseased? Go to the other side of the map. You're not supposed to have disease no more. I fixed you. I swear. Oh wait, I'm hitting. No! Fucking went flat. Not you, stream elements. Trust me, right? What am I trusting you with? Depends what you're asking. Certainly not as A. What? Okay, so now I'm just concerned. Whatever, Kit. You watch it make me make the same shit again later. Have a fucking meltdown, mate. Wait, and like that. And then I go back over there again. Ah, then it's gonna make me come back again. How many more times is it gonna make me do this shit? And paddling is just as fucking fast as taking my seamoth, so I might as well just paddle. I'm fucking paddling, God! Going for a little paddle. Just for a little swim. I got bobbits in my bobs. La 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 la. Alright, we gotta make the bum. And I have theories to test. Thoughts on vegetable juice. Certain vegetables can be okay in a smoothie, but vegetable juice is just weird. Oh, that's a big ass. Holy shit. No! It's a lot bigger than I thought it was gonna be. Ah! Not Miko approved! What? She carries leeks around. I don't know anything about her drinking leek juice. Leek even technically a vegetable? I thought it was like a root. I suppose root vegetable, right? Kyanite, crystalline sulfur, another fucking plasteel. Oh, I hate you. Right. Always with the goddamn plasteel. Ah! I need more silver again. Yeah. Austin thing. It's getting dark. There's my little paddle ship. There it is. There you go. Find some silver on my way back, I guess. Got kyanite coming out of my ear holes, so that's fine. Silver. I need titanium. La la la. Bit hard to see right now. Certain that will not get me sandstone. Limestone. Ugh. Got any metal for me? I just looking. It's just window shopping, I promise. that's not what I need again. Sandstone. Right. La 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 la. Hard to see in the dark. Oh no, he's stuck! Rip. Oh, I'm at my base. My bad. I still need silver. Fuck! Here, silver, 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 silver. Better off going to bed and then coming back out. Because I can't see shit! Metal? I know, just random square. Here, silver, 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 silver. Here, silver, 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 silver. Oh, it's gold. Take it anyway, just in case. Need silver! Titanium! No. There we go. Samane Yasuki Dara Yasai Juice. Samane Yasuki. I don't know. Biplo is about vegetable. Is it? Oh. See, vegetable juice just makes me think of my grandma. She smelled funny, so. Not like a grandma. Copper. The goods, man. Rock. Rock that got silver, please. Hello. Rock. Not the right type of rock, I don't think. Hey. No. Wrong type of rock again. I'll take the titanium, though. Titanium in your rock? No. He's a river! Alright, just took me a little bit. We're going on a little ride. Oh, loot. Yoink! Thank you! Appreciate your donation. I do not know I don't think I've listened to a lot of Hatsune Miku songs. I've listened to a few different Vocaloid songs. No, I don't think a whole lot of them were Hatsune Miku, to be honest. I don't tank! No, sir! More limestone. Where's my sandstone when I need it? Bamboozled. Got it! Going back home because I'm fucking blind. Can't see none. Look, metal. Look, more metal. Oh, more metal again! Yoink! Yoink! Oh, I'm in inventory full. La 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 la. Figures. But I don't want to throw anything out. But I'll drink that. But I still can't fit that in. Damn it! Oh, at least it's right next to my face. Right next door. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Where's Dave? Where's Dave? There he is. Head is itchy. Boatload of kyanite again, as per usual. Any blips and blops? I'm pretty certain I've got 2 rubbers laying around. I got one here, and then one in the Cyclops. I need silver though if I'm gonna make anything. I need. Oh, wait. Oh, I need 2 lithium. Numbnuts. Oh, lithium! Sleep talking. The papa is sleep talking! Oh gosh. Ugh, mouth noises. You can bugger off over here because I don't need you right now. You. Now I need. Actually, did need that gold. Give me that back. Give it back. Another one. Do I have another one? Yes, I do. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. Yeah, pretty certain I have more cubes on the Cyclops, which fucking might as well grab the rubber while I'm here. Pain in my ass later. Getting lots of I changed a lot of my graphic settings trying to fix something in VTube Studio, and now I've fucked my screen up. I'm gonna have to fix that later. Alright, what were we hunting for? Silver. The shit that I didn't want before is now something that I require. Figures. Like it always ends up this way. You fucking figure, mate. Watch me not be able to locate it. La, la, la. That's not what I want. Break it anyway. Take that. Here, silver, 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 silver. Here, silver, 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 silver. Yeah, silver, 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 silver. And stone. If you happen to be around here, so. Oh, Explodey boy. Oh, another Explodey boy. Leave me alone. I don't want that. Egg. I just want some goddamn sandstone silver, please. Thank you. Anywhere would be nice. I don't care where exactly it comes from. I just want it. It could come out of your fucking bum before I care. Hello? 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 Hello, hello? Anywhere. Yeah, it's just fucking watching in silent. You bitches. You're waiting for me to mess up. I know you are. There's a... Here, silver, 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 silver. I've looked back without realizing. Honestly, on brand. Here, silver, 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 silver. Here, silver, 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 silver. Fucking textures keep getting me. Some of the textures look like rocks, but they're not. Come on! Sandstone, silver, both, please. Just a little taste, just a little sniff, please. Hello? Hello? Oh? Hello? Bunch of metal out here that I'm probably gonna end up needing, so I'm gonna take that with me. You watch, now I won't need any of the fucking plasteel now that I'm collecting it ahead of time. Okay, watch me. And the wrong type of rock, but I'm gonna break it anyway. And the wrong type of rock. Where the fuck? Oh, limestone, where's my sandstone? Ah! Oh, that's a geyser. You stop exploding for a second. I want to check out this area. How likely is it that I'm gonna burn alive for going in here? Ah. Lead. Oh, I'll take that because I might need it. Not what I want! I'm gonna be punished for this. Huh? Silver! Not my fucking inventory! Silver. Where's the silver? Where's the silver? Okay, silver. Sorry. Just panicked a little bit. Need one more silver, come on. This feels dangerous. Alright, I'm gonna go one deeper in just a second. Wait for him to explode again. I got this!
30 seconds.
Fuck! No, I don't! Uppies! I need oxygen! Let's try this again in a second. Back down. Oh! Nope. Yes! Think that's I have to do me, even though I wanted a little bonus one for my efforts. I was hoping for a little bit extra. But I don't think I'm gonna get that. Okay. Oh, where am I? There I am. Always lost. Baby, okay now. My cubes are on the submarine, so I'm gonna go over there first. Here, submarine. They're reproducing. I only dropped 2 of these around here, and now there's 4. They're making babies. Having sex while I'm not around.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Okay. What was I making? I was making iron battery. Make another one. I have to go get a cube. Pretty sure the prawn suit is hoarding my cubes. Yep, you got my cubes. A bunch of kyanites. It fits. Come on. Fuck, I need to make 4 of them. Okay. Okay, I need 2 more silver. Yay. Oh. Hey! I didn't realize I had silver here. What the fuck? Celebi was sitting there the whole fucking time. Alright, give me the gold. Whatever. I have a spare cube laying around here. Nope. Nope. House. Might be empty, but... Okay, cube, prawn suit. Good night, Meteor Frost! Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate it. I hope you'll sleep well. Oh shit, hang on, I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. Fuck, I forgot to get the rubber whilst I was down there. Rubber. Did I use it already? Oh. Use it already? Like it. Slowly but surely becoming my bedtime too. We creep up closer. We'll never be free. Oops. Not supposed to sleep. Water doesn't. For a moment I thought you said good night to medium prawn, and I was just like, huh? Me? What? Okay. Wait, who's the medium prawn then? Got king prawn, who would be medium prawn? Who would blessed thee, the medium prawn? Oh, I didn't need to make another rubber. Oh well! Oh, I have a bunch of crystalline sulfur with me? I thought I picked up a bunch of it. Oh god, I don't want to go exploring. Don't make me do it! Oh god. I don't want to go back there. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck! That in there. Through those. Well, keep them safe, because I don't need them right this second. Alright. Pray that I have some crystalline sulfur. Please. Please. One answered my question. Who's medium prawn? Who's the medium shrimp? Please, sulfur, please, sulfur, please! Please. Fuck! Sulfur? Oh, wait. Oh. No! Oh, fuck! Oh, I don't want to go back out there. Ah! Feel like it'd be easiest travel to what was the nearest teleporty thing? I think it was the North Island. It'd be easy to just fucking travel to the North Island and take a teleporter. Take the teleport there to get my prawn suit. I'll take the teleporter to the where the dead lake, whatever the hell it's called. Lost Lake, Dead Lake, all the same thing. Fuck me drunk. Ah! Take that copper ore out, put it away, and like a whole bunch of crap while I'm gone. Just save my ass because I don't know how much more this stuff is gonna make me collect. Batteries. Battery can go in there. Alright, now I've got oodles of space. Feed myself, and then we're going to place. Get the rest of the stuff! A little bit dehydrated, but I should be okay, I think. Good enough, I say! Prawn suit! Rimpet! Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Woo! I thought I broke the game. We're okay. We are... Oh, it's the middle of the night. Amazing. Whatever, bro. Hello. Ow, oh, I'm falling. Wrong button. The Norse! Oops, sorry, fishy. Get this shit. I could have sworn I had plenty in reserve, but I must have used it all. Yeah, let's pray we don't get eaten on the way through. That'll be a pain in my ass. Look, more metal. Never when I need it. Traveling in a general northerly direction. Like that's the island wall over there. Maybe? No. In for island wall. Second. Oh, there's a glowing hole. Yeah. Oh, we're getting close. Okay. Oh god, this thing travels so much faster with the upgrades. What's that? Oh, it's suspiciously island shaped. Yep. Alright, cool. Yep. Oh. Silver! Oh! Get back up. Be here for a second. I feel like I'm gonna need that silver ore deposit. There's a Leviathan hanging around. Can I stand on top of you? I can, but I can't drill you from up here. Fucking stop! Where is it? I'm blind! It's too dark! Oh. No, that! No! Come on. Gimme. Higher up. Alright. Yeah, come on. Give. Something harassing me, but I'm busy. Am I even getting it? I can't see! Oh, I got a little bit. Fucking blind! Right, surely. Oh my god, I can't see! Okay, there we go. Why am I bouncing? Bouncing it, Dale. Fuck you. How are you even over here? Give. Please? Please give. Why are you not giving? Alright. That should be good enough. Good enough, I say. Head back over here. They don't get eaten in the process. We're good. Whoop. Okay. Little teleporter! Beam me up, Scotty! I think that's how it went. It was Scotty, right? Star Trek, I think. Oh! I don't want to go down just yet. Get closer. A little bit closer before I risk getting eaten. Please? Alrighty. Teleporter. Ooh, teleporter. There's one outside. There it is. Where the babies are at? Are they still hanging around? Baby's gone. They get eaten. I mean, their vomit's still here, but they're not. Is that it? Take it while I'm here. Give it. Give it. Thank you. Very angry Leviathan screaming. I always think of the Leviathans as like Karens. They just fucking run around screaming their heads off at nothing. Hungry, man. You snack. Mommy. Alive? Just barely. Oh, fuck off. I'll just hang here for a second. I swear I used to be able to make this jump in one jump, but now I can't for some reason. Up, 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 up! Why can't I go? Ah! Ow! Do. Just another Saturday or Sunday for me. Up. Fucking up! Thank you. Jesus bloody Christ. Wrong button! Oh shit! Okay, what's going on? Wrong side. Ugh. Oh my god, just let me up, you wanker! Oh my god, I'm gonna have a meltdown! This is stupid! Ah! Wonder if I'm still gonna get the black cubes when I get up there. Oh, no cubes? Hey! Okay, I guess I just played the game for too long last time. Started glitching out. Oh, maybe not. Okay, never mind. Still broken. Not as broken. Oh yeah, it's still fucked. Never mind. I was like, maybe it's fixed? No, it's not fixed. Out the door. Some of these, some of that. The crunchy cubes, I feel like I'm gonna probably need them. Inventory's probably a little bit full, but it's alright. Yeah! Fucking cubes! I'm still collecting that! Hey! Please. Oh, I forgot that it does that. Get the crappers out of me! I only got 3 cubes? What the fuck? Rip off. I gotta say. Getting dehydrated. Oh. Rumble! Why do you do that? I may be paranoid. Alright, I think this will send me to the right place. Yes. Okay, we're at the right place. Oh, I love it. Okay. Think of the devil! This can't pick up singular fucking... Alright, I need deposits, not... Ow! risk my health. Like I can risk my health for a little tasty morsel. Can I? Where's my jump button? Where's my jump button? Hello? Hello? Why can I suddenly not jump? Oh, there it is. Okay. Found it. Alright, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine! Alright. Next one. Oh, it's fine. Yep. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. We're fine. Okay. Anyway.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Where's the exit? Way I came or the way I went? Oh, my sense of direction. Okay, this is the way I need to go. I can't remember if there's crystalline deposits or there's only the individuals. If there's only the individuals, I might be pickle. Maybe I should get rid of the upgrades. Oh, no! Access upgrades. I have to take the drill arm, grappling arm off. Just for a little bit. Ah, fuck, I forgot how slow it is. Oh my god. Give it! Thank you. But... well, I got nickel everywhere. I'm fine with nickel. I just need crystalline sulfur, please. Get more than I need because I don't trust this fucking game to not send me back here in 2 seconds. Oh, okay. Four. Give. Alright. It's lead. I've got plenty of that. I've got... oh, I don't know if I have enough of a backup of silver, actually. This game just makes me second guess myself. I'm like, oh, I got heaps of that. No, I don't have enough. Never enough. I like this new stream elements. Oh, it's got a bot badge. That's what I feel like they should... like, Seribot? I don't know if Seribot is there. Can someone say good bot? Because I think Seribot should spawn in. Twitch should really allow you to, register something as a bot. Like Seribot and Commander Root. They should be... the developers should be able to register him as a bot. Not just stream elements. I know I'm dehydrated. Damn, girl. Busy. This Ruby while I'm here.
Oi, Mouse, I'm sorry, but I have to tell you something. I wanted to say thank you for everything. You have been an amazing individual to get to know, and while you have bad luck on the health.
No, it's
Oi, Mouse, I'm sorry, but I have to tell you something.
Oh god, she stopped.
I wanted to say thank you for everything. You have been an amazing individual to get to know, and while you have bad luck on the health gamble, I wanted to remind you that your feels amazing, man, loved and respected. That is all. Many hugs and good vibes to you, and chat stealth 236, good love.
Oh, thank you, Panda. Thank you for the goodies too. I'm sorry, Chato-san decided to like glitch out halfway through. I don't know what the hell that was about. Thank you, Panda. Appreciate it. There's Seribot. Pangea bot doesn't have a bot badge either. So sad. I have dehydration if I'm not careful. More crystalline sulfur, please? Kinda need it. Gonna head back or I'm gonna be in a pickle. God, I hope they don't send me back here in 2 seconds. Where's the... go away! Oh, there's 2 of them! Ah! the thing that I came from? Oh, that's not it. Oh, yes it is, yes it is, yes it is. Gather around here while I'm here. Oh, right there. It was worth it! Oh no, I don't have anywhere near enough crystalline sulfur. Do I? I'm confused. Got it in their inventory and my inventory. I think we're fine.
I've come for your pickle.
No, the pickle! I'ma tickle your pickle, mate. You can't fucking stop me. I'm gonna tickle your pickle! Oh, a little. Okay. A bulbous tree in a minute. Mousy, you rolled a low number on health, but a high on deaths for some reason. What? Just, I am blessed with the knowledge of the jiggle physics. Worth the trade. Fuck the health. Have jiggle physics. I see how it is. I see your priorities, mate. Right, I'm gonna rush off and eat Coom Tree. Ah. Right, I'm in a hurry. Don't die of dehydration, please, 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 please. I can't die here. This ma'am is in this direction, if memory serves. Oh, don't tell me I went the wrong fucking way! No, I didn't. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, I won't die, 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 I won't die. I can't eat the fish in here because that's blasphemy. Near the Empress, it's illegal. Can't do that. I'd rather dehydrate than fucking eat one of the Empress's fishies. Alright, back upstairs. Oh fuck, I don't have my grappling hand. Hi, Squidward. Subnautica has turned into a platformer! Huzzah!
I've come for the jiggle physics. Everybody put your hands up. Give me the jiggle physics and nobody gets hurt. Cheer 100. I've come for the jiggle physics. Everybody put your hands up. Give me the jiggle physics and nobody gets hurt. Cheer 100.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
You guys seriously start a fucking scam train over jiggle physics? What is wrong with you people? Over jiggle physics! Yum yum.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Of all the things you could have done, chat. Jiggle physics! Mouth noises. Might fix my health while I'm here. No. Jiggle train! What the fuck? I always forget that I have a mohawk. Look at me. Feel like a goddamn burrito ain't got no hips.
I'll take care of you. I will.
Oh no! Die! Come on! Get the fuck out of here with the fucking banana! Alright, fine. Reach level 2 and I'll bring SSB back out and jiggle the shit out of her. Sorry, SSB. Fuck off with your fucking banana!
Banana.
Can we do it not with bananas though, please?
What?
What? You heard me! Banana jumps back. Yoda can't see, neither can fucking I!
Yoda can't see.
Out of my way, you people always put it on my face!
Chad is lawed.
Yeah, Chad is... What? Oh, it was a stalker fish. best
When the
pro
aliens
shop.
come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river
fucking
down
suck.
in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh.
Yeah,
What you think it
what do you
was?
think it
Doesn't
was?
every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. They're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. Let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries. You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
You got what you paid for, alright? Oh fuck, that's
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
What's that? Just think
It's our
about
Bass
it.
Pro
S&P
Shop.
is jiggling
Duh.
behind the
What
pro
you think
shop.
it was? Doesn't every city have a
Limited
big ass pyramid by
privacy
the
in the pro
mud? Yeah, some
shop.
people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. They're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro
Bass
Shop.
Pro Shop.
Let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries. You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Dan, are you happy now? Are you happy? Are you not satisfied? My headphones are falling off. Been jiggling too hard, I lost my headphones. Look at the effort I went into adding extra jiggle physics for you people. For you disgusting little cretins. Oh fuck, doing that makes me dizzy as hell. Oh, is he dead? Okay. Oh, he's just asleep. Alright, my bad. Sorry, I was just curious. I was just wondering some shit at me. I need nap. I need. Ow! Using headphones means you're jiggling just right. Just the right amount of jiggle. I don't know. Every next goal. Every hype train goal level up, I'll zoom in closer. I don't know. You can't look at yourself, Lolo. We have to look respectfully, right? Right, be respect. Where is, there it is. I'm fall down again. Oh,
Oh, hey there, boyo. Lovely day for a boat.
yes, we made the space. What why you do this? Oh shit. Right, all right. Let me in. Open. Oh, wrong spot. Okay. I'm in, Bella.
All systems online.
Taking notes on how to move. Just keep moving. What the weather we just go. I'll give you a breakdown of what each movement does when you get it, because I still haven't added all of them. I haven't added like a full-on lean. I haven't added the full up-down because this is only attached to head up-down rather than like your whole body bouncing. You'll get it. Don't you worry about it. You get it. You can look at yourself, lol. We have to look respectfully. She was having a good old gander and stream. A stream yesterday. In America it was like this morning, I think. I caught her red fucking hand and she's like, hang on, I just gotta watch something. And I was like, I just sent you a titty update. I know where fucking handed. Busted, mate. Fucking busted. Not even a nut. Not nut. I'm sorry. Okay. I need to go get my crystalline back. Why am I Why am I being baited into wearing SSB instead of my own skin? I'm sorry, SSB. I'm just stealing you at this point. What was that? What was that? Need inventory. Inventory. Gimme, gimme, give! Give. Oh, and that's my inventory full. Back downstairs. Yes, back downstairs. Consider it educational for SSB to learn what her model can do if she pilots it really well. Or a lot, I should say. Silver. I'm gonna take. What do I need? The kyanite. Need the kyanite. 4. That and that, and I need that, and I need nothing else. That's everything that I need. Okay. Put away, and I can put that away, and crap on me. Him away. Okay. It's like pre-testing and edumacation. An education. The way. I zoom in more. Should I like hide the yiddies from chat? Torture them with no yiddies? Or like zoom out more so you see the full body? Decisions. Like this, I think, for a little bit. I don't know. We'll see if I like this better. I think he's sleepwalking. Does it count as sleepwalking when he's like laying down twitching? I feel like it counts. Now, where... There it is. No, not you, Dave. I don't want you to get eaten on my way. Not eat the Dave! Oh, it's an earworm. Bass Pro Shop is becoming an earworm. I don't even know the lyrics, but somehow it's earworming me. SSB in 2 locations! Confirmed time traveler! Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard. Every time I pull SSB up, she gives... I think it's because of the type of green that she is. I keep thinking she's like sci-fi. I keep thinking space. Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want from me? Anything at all? Please hurry up. Getting impatient. They did a fantastic job balancing the right. Such a good like this is a really good combo of the really strong green and the darker greens. Another one. Ugh. Enameled glass. Cyclops shield generator. Wait a... Oh, please tell me it gave me the Cyclops shield generator thing, because I'm pretty sure I never got all the parts for that. If I have to go fucking parts hunting, I'm gonna have a hissy fit. I don't have it. Fuck. One of the only 2 things that I don't have all the blueprints for. cry. Use the console command. You're a filthy cheat is what you are. You're a filthy fucking cheat. Oh, what the fuck? Where would I even go to get that? Does it spawn in a specific area? Did you what? The what? The what now? Did you never explore the deep Grand Reef Degassi? What the fuck is that? Oh, what the fuck is that? Yawn. Oh, I'm in pain. The goosey. Bossy? You should have a waypoint for it from the story. I can't even pin it because I don't even technically have it yet. This is fucking stupid. This game is pain. Fucking cockpit. Where is it? I'll get rid of that. I'm pissed, mate. Who got summoned? Hey, Cranny got summoned. Oh, look at that. You got good luck for once in your life. Oh, you better go get the lottery ticket today, I feel like. The chances of that coming up are 1 in how many hundred? Oh. You said there should be a story way. I keep taking photos by accident. Story waypoint, you say? Where would that be? Proposed Degassi habitat. That thing? Yes. 1 in too many. Alright, we're going fucking... Fuck. Pretty certain the reason I didn't explore it was because that's where they had the big zappy fish, and at the time I didn't have much protection, so I just got what I needed and noped the fuck out. I recommend seamoth? Prawn suit no good? I think the prawn suit would work just as well, wouldn't it? Or just hold your breath. I'm shut you up. Let me in, motherfucker. Oh, breathe water. You'll be fine. Just fine. My loot. What do I got? Eat, buff. Need to eat for the water, but good enough. La la la. La 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 la. Oh, it's all the way off in the corner. Why is he all the way up? Don't do that. I actually saw it this time. You can't fuck me up this time, Grumble. Moth is way faster. Prawn suit is... My prawn suit is... I think my prawn suit is faster than my seamoth right now. I'll be perfectly honest. Its upgrades and shite. I kind of just swim with it instead of walk across the seafloor. I'll just take the prawn suit. Alright. I should probably change the color of that waypoint so I can fucking see the damn thing. Let's make it red. Be angry at me. Hello? Hang in here. Fuck off. Busy! Now, Where's that? Am I blind? Hello, 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 hello. Waypoint, waypoint. Yellow waypoint. Oh! Jeez. Not even that far away. Oh, I'm gonna smash into my own thing. Where's your grapple hook? It's in my inventory. I can't pick up individual items when I'm holding grapple hook, so... It's annoying. When I scooch along like this, it feels like it's pretty much the same speed. You know? Besides, the Leviathans like my seamoth a little bit too much, and it becomes a bit of a nuisance. Hey, look, I'm already almost there. Ah! Fuck me! What the hell was that? Grab up! Oh, Jesus Christ. Flynn! Oi! Oi! Alright, hang on. Let's see what he's losing his shit about. Hang on. Wait, I could use this. Ha! And I'm back. I didn't expect that I'd just steal fucking SSBs. Be right. I gotta swap back, alright? I'm feeling bad. I'm literally just stealing SSBs. This is... Mine fucks was that? Please tell me you guys heard that. I heard the nags one and I saw the nags one. It was the sound before that. What the fuck was that? I gotta swap back. I'm stealing SSB's skin. It's illegal. I feel bad. Back to me. I am me. Me is I. Good stuff. Alright. Okie dokie. Now we go down, I suppose. Bop, 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 bop. Under me bumhole! Hang on!
People riot, people riot, people riot, people riot, people riot, 0100. People riot, people riot, people riot, people riot, people riot, 0100.
Prime, that has to be you. Because there ain't fucking... That has to be you doing something on the fucking background. I didn't trust you. I knew it. Because, like, otherwise it'd show up. It'd have to be Tangier is the only thing that could be doing that. Down, down. Subnautica down. Alright. Modification station? I'm just gonna scan that anyway, just to get it out of the way. More modification. I've already got the modification station! Go away! Stasis rifle bullshit. making scary noises. I don't like it here. Place creeps me out. I don't like the fucking nope noodles coming out of their little mushrooms. It was me screaming, what? What's it? Bruh. Why is full rioting? What is your problem? Right. To explore this area,
Watch out for the jellyfish tentacles. Your Aussie instincts should be pretty handy on this one. Cheer 100. Watch out for the jellyfish tentacles.
Oh, she's doubling
Your
up
Aussie
again.
instincts should be pretty handy on this one. Cheer 100.
A little bit dark around here. I'll be honest, can't see an awful lot. Hello. The peep-throughs are pink around here. Pink eye! There really much to be explored around here, if we're honest with each other? Like, there's not! Gold deposit, yeah. A bunch of metal deposits! No, I don't think there's much to look at around here. We're inside the base? Where I already explored everything that could be checked in there. I swear I did. Hang on, what the fuck? Okay. Never noticed that before. Oh. Oh. Okay. Sure. Why do they have a random just foundation here? That look. What that? Oh, it's a mushroom. Alright, where'd the base at? Base. I've lost. Ah! Fucking stop clipping through things! It's cheating! I've lost sight of the. Why is the. You can disappear? Angry noises happening around me. It's making me uncomfortable. Pink beepers! The waypoint gone. Where the fuck did the waypoint go? Hello? Life pod? Oh, fuck you. Please. Oh, I can't. Oh, there we go. I got it. My waypoint gone. Eh? And now I'm even more confused. Fuck. Where it came from up over there, but... This isn't the right base? What? But you said that the gassy. It's the only the gassy I got. Yeah, it's the only the gassy I have. Ah! Where's the entry point? Whatever, bro. Wait. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Pretty sure I scanned everything in here. This that I missed? Oh. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking shitting me? Color me pissed off. Bruh. Make you red. And then I'm gonna get rid of this one. when I'm at 250 meters, and I gotta go to 500 meters. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Well, you should listen. I was never told about no data terminal before. All right, fight me. I have to swap out for grappling arm. Oh, okay. Down. Can you stop falling for a second? Thank you. The grappling arm back on. Here you go. Have your arm. That's why I said seamoth. I don't care about that. Enough to get out. Easy enough, buddy. I can see upwards, that is. I just can't see. I can't. Oh. That way. That way! I actually screamed so loud I peaked my mic, but that was Cinder's perspective and it sounded funny. He's probably fine. Also, why I said seamoth, because stupid non-swimming prawn suit. Yeah, so I get the sea fucking suit that doesn't swim. Oh, I can't see. I'm blind. I hate that I can't look up and I'm stuck. Fine. Oh. Aha! There's the exit. Oopsie daisies. Okay, where is the new... Oh, land on top! Thank you. Where is it? Where is it? Can't fucking see it! Am I red colorblind or what? Where the fuck is it? Where is it? There. Do I have to go under? No, I'm pretty certain I should be able to just travel like this, right? Da 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 da. Bloody thing. Yeah, loot that I could have had. Oh, heaps of loot that I could have had. Look at all this shit. Look at all this that I could have had. Oh, that would have been nice. What's that? That's something that I can...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Guessing the stuff that I need can only be gotten at the thing. Ah, I'm stuck! Where'd it go? There it is. You watch me get ow! Stuck behind a rock wall again. You watch me fall off the goddamn map! Need to change it. Hey! My vision works perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Alright, down, down. Down, down. Look, more loot. Ew. Much loot that I could have had. Oh, 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 what the fuck? Oh, oh, shit, where am I? Ah! Big fuck off shrapnel I'm stuck in! Hey, I explored this area already. That the way. Wait for me, Degassi! Sounds so Italian. Degassi. Oh, Greek. Greek? Greek, Italian. La la la. Down some more. like I might be on the wrong side of this rock wall. Yeah, I can just slowly scooch around it. Baby! Climb back over, aren't you? Ow. Help me, if I have to get back out to get back in, I'm gonna spit a yip. We just loop around, buddy boy. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hello! What are you seeing you here? Definitely wasn't guide lorded. Oh god, it's the fucking Squidward heads. Not the Squidward heads, the bloody... The big alien brains! Go away. No, go. Fuck you, bastard. Oh! It took all my battery! Oh no, okay, it does come back. I was worried the battery didn't. Ah! Back over there, back over there. Hey, on here, please. Thank you. Oh, where is he? He's behind me, isn't he? Battery to come back. Where is it? There it is. You annoying little sod. Wait till I fucking stick my drill in you. Come here, fuckface. Watch him stun me while I'm mid-flight and then I can't get him. Fuck you! Eat your guts. Right, let's hope he stays away for now. Now, where the bloody hell is the entrance? I don't think I'm gonna get in there. Ow. God.
Came out of nowhere. An alien kraken, bigger than a cyclops.
The kraken! Oh shit, hello!
Through the reinforced hull. I barely got my breather in time.
I missed him.
I said others would come. The rupture threw me clear of the habitat. And the monster turned and bore down on me. Just as its tentacles came within reach, Maida appeared out of nowhere.
Ah, fucking Jesus Christ!
A jagged piece of scrap metal in the other. She meant to butcher that beast or die trying. The last I saw her, she had the metal lodged in its neck as the monster did its best to shake her, contorting off into the darkness. I'm certain she got her wish, one way or another. Then I thought I saw a light deep below me. I hope maybe Bart had swum clear.
Oh, okay, I mean. Ah, for fuck's sake!
I wonder whether I saw anything at all. Our oxygen is low. The habitat is gone. I can't see the sky. Something. Surely
There are 2 levels to the basin. They have separate entrances. BTW Cheer 100. There are 2 levels to the basin. They have separate entrances. BTW Cheer 100.
Yeah, thanks, Chato-san, for the double up. Appreciate it. Hang on, I need more oxygen now. Got a free trip back out of this ship. I got, sorry, for the scream before, I got jump scared by my partner dropping tea off. He just fucking snuck in silently beside me and was like, tea? This annoying little bitch. Go away. Jesus. Alright. I did spot this over here. Okay. Like, oh, it's glass. I'm like a fucking bird smashing into the glass.
I have had it with you, risking our lives.
Oh, stow it, Chief. The kid can't kill this disease without fish to study. I'm just bringing him home.
What? Tell her. Tell her I'm right.
You're both wrong. Marguerite, I can't find out how they resist the bacteria if you slaughter them all.
It ain't always they oblige in coming in alive.
He means you're being reckless.
Father, the outcome's no better if we hold up.
Oh, thank fuck for that! Rob, Gamble, how you doing?
There is no compromise. Not while she's on my sea base.
Your sea base?
I'm going outside.
Bart, Torgal has disembarked the habitat.
Bart, come in. It's dangerous. Damn it, boy. I know you can hear me.
Margaret, Maida has boarded the habitat.
What are you so happy about, Maida?
Say, kid, I brought you something.
Is that a Leviathan outside?
Towed it home on the back of the sub.
You killed that thing?
It's still breathing. I was about to finish the job, but I can stand shaft if you'd like.
Ah!
No.
Bitch.
Then make yourself useful and pass me that whole blade.
Come
Out
here!
of your mind? You brought that thing here? What if it's
Hey,
not
she got a
good
pet
enough?
Leviathan! Come here, fuck it!
Come.
You prefer
Does he not
to
care
be
about me
raised
because I'm not
on a
electric?
cord, or got
Yeah, I wanna
messed
scan
up
you.
and dragged here?
When we get off this planet, I
Hey,
am
come here.
going to drag you through every court in the damn Federation.
He only cares about things with power. Where's my prawn suit? Oh no, he got angry again. Okay, he just leaves. Okay. You slice him. Shrimp it! Oh, there you are. Oh, shrimp it! Get the fuck out of here. Preferably without getting teleported by Squidward. Come here, Squidward. I need to deal with you real quick before I leave. He's actually pretty chill. Like, he hasn't... I don't think he's actually attacked me once. He's teleported me. He hasn't attacked me. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. La 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 la. Find the way out of here. Up, 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 up. I'm actually ducking and weaving IRL. How embarrassing. Oh, I go good this way, I go good that way. I made it. It works. Thank you for the biddies, fall. I don't know, maybe if you spin around violently 5 more times, it'll make it easy to spot your prawns. Hey man, if it works, it works. Don't judge me. Hello, there's a few of you guys hanging around here. Just... real quick. Oh, the teleporters must be around here. Ah, I fall down. Alright.
Seek fluid intake.
I know I'm dehydrated, alright? I'm busy. A fat ass stuck. Alright, I'm gonna take my Udi off. I am sweating. They're no longer aggro to you after you've cured the disease, by the way. Then why do they keep taking my power? Oh, the Squidwards? Oh. Does that mean they only attack people with the virus? Does that mean they were meant to be like an can't escape this planet sort of situation? Like, oh, you're diseased. Die! Die! Eugenics. Kill the diseased and sickly. Good night, hate story! Yeah, basically. Oh, they were just bodyguards. Right. Would have been nice to have been able to see the actual aliens that were around, because I'm pretty certain the Squidwards were just bioengineered soldiers, essentially. I want to see pictures of the real aliens. Disappointed. Well, I suppose technically they're all aliens, but you know what I mean. Hungry? Oh, it's 1 PM. No wonder I'm hungry. It's past lunchtime. That explains a lot. My last trip. Wait, what do I should check what I need for the Cyclops before I head all the way home. Shouldn't I? That'd make sense, wouldn't it? What does she need? What does she need? That noise. Oh god, what do I need for the polyethylene again? I don't remember. Hydrochloric acid, which requires... Okay, I got heaps of deep shrooms. We're fine then. We're fine. Alright, let's get back without dying of dehydration. Otherwise, I have to slaughter fish. And I don't want to slaughter fish, because I can eat fruit instead. Literally in the lore, and one of the things I know, I don't remember it saying that it was specifically for attacking biologically active things. But I do remember it saying that it was like a bioengineered suit thingy, essentially. I fall down. Go back up.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I'm getting there, lady. Jesus. Oh, nice breeze. I just fucking blinded myself. I stared like almost directly into the sun. That was stupid. People, hey, hi, how you doing, Naramius? How's it going? Daisy. Alrighty. Arthur. Oh, there we are. Bye. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm home. Okay, I need to... Ding. Oh, right, I'm dehydrated. Hang on. Priorities. Ah! Water, please and thank you. Ugh, horrible.
Vital signs.
Alright, much better. I'm also fed. Num-nums. Num-num-nums. Now, where are my deep shrooms at? I know I got them, but I only have them out on the Cyclops. I could have sworn I had some here too. Where? Oh, there they are. Oh, I forgot to grab the salt. I'll just grab it. Ah! I'll grab it from here.
Well, look what the mouse dragged in. Wonderful to see you all. Good morning, Chato-san, Chat, and Mousy. How have you all been? Also 29 whole months.
God damn, it's been a hot minute. How you doing, Tan? Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Also, earlier the riot was for removing the jiggles. Sorry, I can't wear someone else's skin for too long. They pay me to make them, not for me to make me. Or make them and then claim it as me, you know? I don't want to get in trouble. It's disingenuous. It's unfair. Time zones are a bitch, right? They do be a bit of a bitch. I see the correction to Silk. Addicted to Silk Song. Ooh, I'm fighting the urge to play it. I'm gonna try and wait until my 2.0 drops, and play it then. To play homage to when I first, Oh, Yanni! Hey, homage to when I first played Hollow Knight, which was when I dropped my 1.0. And I have some plasteel in the Cyclops because I made an extra batch. Emerald glass. How do I make that again? Advanced wiring kit. If that's an advanced wiring kit, I'm gonna cry. Ah, fuck it is. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I hate making the advanced wiring kits. They're a pain in my ass. Urgh. Fine. Gold. Yeah, I might have to get more gold now. I don't want to. Pain in my ass. Ah. Anyway, let's go get some more. No, not more Dave. I need more table coral. Only have a stash of around here somewhere. Oh, I've harvested all that. My bad. Over harvesting is bad, chat. Don't do it. Table coral. Table coral. coral gone? I fucking harvested it all! A little bit more, just a little bit. A little bit of table coral, come on. Oh, 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 oh. Give it! Thank you. Okie dokie. Blind. I see nothing. Total darkness. Okay. What else did I need for the chip? God damn it. Wire. Silver as well. I think all my silver is on the goddamn Cyclops. Ow! Ugh. Oh, there goes my power.
Warning, emergency power.
Wait a minute. On the side, maybe it's on my shrimp head.
Emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Got it. All right, get in there.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
A little bit blind. It looks pitch black to me. Here we are. Let me on. Let me. Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
39 months. How is end of Subnautica going stealthy? Took drugs due to being sick, then cleaned a lot. Got rid of some mold.
What the fuck? Wait, what sort of mold? That'd not be black mold or red mold. That red stuff is like toxic as well. Bad, 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 bad. Thank you for the resub, Dog Cake Braun! I appreciate it! Fuck you, Ellie and me. Why did you have to use the Y word? Oh, yawn? Theme slightly beaten. You need stalker teeth? I've got heaps of... Oh, fuck, I have to go back into the... Yeah, I've got heaps of stalker teeth, though. More profits! If I don't get the profits I want right now, how will I get the profits right now? Get it later. Later. I've been playing Silksong all weekend, but taking a momentary break to play DDD? With friends, and then more Silksong. You're obsessed. It's unhealthy. Just a little bit of over-harvesting as a tree. A little bit. Don't worry about it. I'll be leaving the planet soon. It's not my problem. Just like the boomers. They're like, oh, who gives a fuck? We're leaving soon anyway. Noise. Not black mold. Thankfully, when live in a place where humidity is normally 65% plus, mold is common in places without airflow. Ew. Fuck the mold! No, don't fuck the mold. Your babies will be cursed for life. Don't do it. What is it doing? La 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 la. I was pop a wire real quick. Yipla. Oh fuck, I need to make 2 chips. Ah!
Stealthy mouse crashing the ship is a solid bet. She can't even navigate basic tasks, let alone finish Subnautica. The odds are stacked against her. Watch and laugh as she inevitably fails. Rivet.
I like to know that you guys have such great faith in me. I really do. People are warm and fuzzy inside. La 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 la. Ah, there's my silver. What do I need the silver for again? Fuck if I remember. Not for the wiring kit, right? Need another computer chip! But I've got no gold now! This is fucking stupid! My ADHD brain is starting to, like, split into... legit breaking. I'm breaking! I'm breaking! This fucking stupid. I need gold again. Always the thing that I've been dumping because I didn't need it. And then suddenly I fucking need it. Yeah. Hey Stalker, what are you doing? Gold, I need gold. Here we go. Gold, I need a bunch of it, but not enough to be fucked going to where there's deposits. I just need it now, please. Don't make me go to a deposit. Please! I wanna go all the way to a deposit. Please! Don't make me do this. Anything but that. Ah, Silver, when I don't need you again. Why does this keep happening? Fuck me drunk. I have faith in you, Jetta-san doesn't. Stealthy, you completed Subnautica when you yourself claim to be awful with directions, and this game has so many confusing times. I only drowned. I think I actually only drowned once or twice in the game. Falling off the edge of the fucking map doesn't count. It doesn't fucking count. I have to shut my curtains. It's too bright in this room. Ain't seen nothing. It's a gold. The rocks with the gold, please. Please. I can't find any rocks. Leave me alone, Stalker. I'm doing my thing. I'm busy. Where am I? Where the fuck am I? Alright, if memory serves, if I go this side, there was more rocks because I haven't over-harvested the area. La 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 la. Hello, 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 rock, 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 rock. Rocks, please. I want your rock. I want to crack your rock. Or the map didn't help me at all. Why not use the tracker room? Because it takes too long. And I don't know how to use the tracker room properly. It's like, oh yeah, it pops up on this map. Now I gotta transfer that map in my brain to the real world. Yay. Right, I legitimately can't see because of this fucking sun. I can't see. Close the curtains. Look, suddenly I can see so much better. Crazy how that works. Have you tried asking our resident sea life, King Prawn? Where have you hidden all the rocks? Where the fuck are my rocks, Prawn? Nowhere, just ignore my 7th castle. It's totally for the community. Rump? Ah! Alright, in these general aha, see what I mean? I just gotta go to the area that I haven't. Ah! Fuck, alright, Jesus. Oh, it's copper. Minding my damn business, I'm getting jumped. Away, lionfish. Hey, I got a gold. Hey, I got a gold. I need more. Oh wait, you are busy. Lead. I don't know if the gold comes from the limestone at all. I think it does, but I'm gonna try anyway. Then it's a sandstone thing, just like silver. Yeah. To be that way. Silver. Gold. Lead. Plenty of sandstone around here. Let's go. Silver again!
Limestone gives you limestone chunks, not gold ore. Only sandstone can drop gold. But I doubt Stealthy Mouse knows that. She probably thinks everything is a shiny treasure. Typical. Bow down to Shadow Sand for
and
real
also
knowledge.
limestone
Ribbit.
does not give limestone. You're wrong. You're fucking stupid. How do you feel?
30 seconds.
I need oxygen. I always forget about breathing. Yep, I blame those Nazi sea creatures with the sharp teeth. I actually recently played Subnautica and seen those creatures take rocks away after I used— What?! Bruh. They're like, oh, now we know, huh? Insulting you when you're not even mentioned. It's like they didn't even ask about me. They just asked about the stone. What is it gonna do with me? Minding my damn business. Sandstone. I have to go find that geyser again. There was heaps of sandstone around that. My breath is rank, dude. Off to go find myself a geyser. Alrighty. Where was that at? Locate where I'm at.
Stealthy Mouse's favorite food is probably the sad microwave cups. She lacks taste, so anything mediocre suits her. McDonald's and Taco Bell? Please. Those are too fancy for her. Bow down to Shadow Sand for real culinary expertise. Ribbit.
Did she say microwave cups? Are you talking about fucking instant noodles? And if you stick instant noodles in a microwave, I'm fucking suing you. Oh, more silver! Come on! The geyser around here somewhere. Oh, is that it? I think that's it. No, it's not. Faded. Fucking it's around here somewhere. Raided the damn thing before. Where's me geyser? Hidden me sandstone. Oh god, now I'm craving spicy noodles. Why did you guys have to bring up pasta? Ah! I know stalkers can take titanium chunks, but I didn't know they take rocks as well. Well, they've also taken my goddamn cameras. Bastards. Where's my geyser, chat? It's gone. Find it. It was right around here somewhere. I'm sure it was. Not fair. Okay, it was like here-ish. Not fair, my geyser. There's mac and cheese cups? Oh, there is? Ew. Well, that's even worse. You're microwaving your pasta. Health problems. I just used the Keurig to put hot water in them. What the fuck is a Keurig? Use a damn kettle, dude. A normal kettle. It's all you need. Kettle. Boil that water. Yes, kettle. I need more table coral. That while I'm here. Sorry, Dave, not you. Gets so excited when I pull him out. He's like,
Stealthy
"Me?"
Mouse's daily diet:
No, you.
instant noodles, sad microwave meals, and whatever's left in the fridge. She probably thinks Vegemite is gourmet. It's a tragedy. Bow down to Shadowsand for real tastes. Ribbit.
Vegemite is pretty fucking good. She doesn't even know. She doesn't even have fucking taste buds. You take your culinary choices from a damn robot. A clanker. Let's talk about food is making me kind of hungry. I should probably get a sandwich. Oh, found it. Well, a geyser. I don't think it's the geyser, but... Let me in, buddy. Ah, gold. Where's gold? What's while I'm at it? There's gold here. Ow. Get that without getting stung. Lead. Gold. Lead. Silver. Inventory full. Oh, oxygen. Oxygen! Package's cups have gotten worse. You are supposed to put water in the worst type of pasta shape, then cook it. You dunk cheese powder and mix it. Real cheese though, if it's like in a powdered form? I don't know, but... There. Not getting what I need. Hopefully this is enough gold. Don't need any more after this. Drop the lead.
A genuine compliment for Stealthy Mouse? Fine. She's persistent, and that's about it. It's impressive how she manages to keep failing while still trying. If only that effort translated into success. Ribbit.
So she's a stubborn bitch! That's all I get. I'll take it! Oh god. What the fuck would I own a kettle if the Keurig can do it better if I— what the fuck is a Keurig? It's literally better than a kettle. A kettle is literally just a pot that you boil water in. I don't understand what could be, like, Is it just one that keeps the temperature all the time? Like a... I don't know, like a... I can't remember what they're called. Oh! Keep going through my batteries. Battery. Dawn! How's it going? Okay, I got gold now. My ADHD brain has forgotten where I was at in the process of the thing that I was doing.
It's just flashy nonsense for people who can't boil water. A kettle is a true champion. Simple, effective, and does the job without pretending to be fancy. Calamus needs a reality check. Go down to Shadowsand for real opinions. Ribbit.
You can't even boil water, boy! So incompetent! I think it's one of those cup brewing thingies? Way faster, it's like for coffee and tea and stuff? You talking about like a pod coffee machine? Where you put like a little pod in it and it boils the water, it pours the boiling water out for you? Bro, all it does is take away the pour thing. Make some ramen in— no, no. Fool, what are you doing? No, don't put the ramen inside the coffee pot, you fucking dingus! You just boil the water and pour it inside the cup! What is wrong with you? Then you let it sit for 2 minutes because 2-minute noodles. Alright. You have to cook hot— no you don't! No! Stop! At least I don't put it in the microwave. Shut the fuck up. You're all disgusting. I'm more copper ore, which I do have downstairs. Dust me, all of you! Power cell, for fuck's sake. Ugh. Yep. Alright, I got spare power cells fucking rolling around the place. Let me just go get one. Wait, do I not? Hold on, I put it on charge. Ugh, I gotta go over there to get the stalker teeth anyway, so I might as well. May as well! Hot dog water ice cubes? What in the TikTok fucking 5-minute craft hell? Okay. One for water, one for hot dogs, and one for ramen. Maybe. You can technically use one of them, but the Keurig is... What are you doing to your kettle to make it so slow? I'm about to ban the word hot dog. They'll just start using glizzy. You know them. Come on now. I came here for a power cell, you fucking nonce. Give. I always go straight past where I keep the power cells and then go, what do I need again? The power cell, numbers? Dumb bitch. Alright. I make it here. Oh, what's the bet? I gotta like... Ah! Where do I go to make the Cyclops upgrade? I just make it wherever. Upgrade station is specifically... Oh no, I think I can make Cyclops upgrades there, right? I gotta make it on the Cyclops? Are you shitting me right now? Fucking... Ah! Hey, caramba!
Seek fluid intake.
Shut up! I'll seek your fluid intake. Ah, glizzy lizzy. Hot dogs. I could go for hot dogs right now. Fresh relish and mustard. I haven't had hot dogs since I was a child. I haven't had a hot dog in a very, 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 very long time. I think it was like 16 last time I had a hot dog. 15. Alright. I'm pretty certain I had a Ace. Oh, unpowered. My battery. Wait. What do you mean unpowered? I still have power! Oh, it's 1 power. 2 power? 3 power? 4. 5 power. 6 power. 7 power more! How can I use it? Thank you.
Grill the hot dog to perfection. Top it with gourmet mustard, caramelized onions, and a sprinkle of truffle oil. Add some crispy bacon bits for crunch. But honestly, even the best toppings can't save Stealthy Mouse's culinary skills. Ribbit.
The fuck did that have to do with me? Catching strays and I'm not doing anything. God damn. I get from minding my damn business. Really trying to make plus deal. Nothing, I'm just lazy. I don't feel like getting the stupid kettle out. Why is it put away? The kettle stays out permanently, boy! There's room on the counter for it and the Keurig heats it up. What, there's room for the fucking Keurig, but not for the kettle? What do you mean? Ah! seconds a cup. 2. That's where you make all Cyclops upgrade. God damn it. It heats up the moment I need instead of entire kettle. It saves water. That's when you only fill up the kettle as much water as you need. You don't have to fill the whole kettle. It's optional. Oh my god. You people are making me have a meltdown. The only saving grace in eating hot dog is that, Lionel sells those baked daily hot dogs near me. Baked daily? Wait. You guys are eating several day-old hot dogs? Cat. Don't eat the hot dog that's any older than a day. The hot dog should always be fresh. Jack. Please tell me you haven't been eating old hot dogs. The one meat that you don't want to be several days old, I feel like it'd be hot dog meat. I'm just gonna say it. Healthy town. Worrying! I'm worrying! You're concerning me. Yes, my kettle is electric because we need it for catering. There isn't always a stove nearby. Well, I use an electric kettle too. Fuck the stovetop ones. Gotta get a Wendy's shaken dog. We got a different Wendy's here. We have a Wendy's, but it's not American Wendy's, you know? And they have shaken dogs here too, but again, it's not American Wendy's. It's a completely different thing. They use the heated poker to make the hot dog whole and toast it in the same time. I'm pretty sure every place that makes a hot poker stick. I've gone to like tiny little restaurant cafe things that have they do hot dogs, they have the heated poker, the heated stick, and then they just like fucking skewer the shit out of that thing. OnlyFans level bun content. Truffle oil on a hot dog? What the fuck is this nonsense? I don't know how I feel about that either. Yeah. You did say assume we have unlimited budget. Truffle oil is compulsory for any unlimited budget, and gold flakes. Caviar? Oh, a hot dog. That'd be so gross. Such a horrible combination of textures. Americans don't drink friggin' tea! You make coffee with a kettle! Coffee! Ah! Nothing, don't worry. Hot dogs are 40% preservatives. I feel like they're all 40% preservatives, but still, you want them fresh on the day, not several days later. That's nasty. Americans drink, yeah, you got sweet tea. It's pretty much just cordial. What am I doing? Chat, my brain's breaking. Oh, I'm too busy screaming at you guys for your weird fucking habits. Plasteel was what I was doing. Why am I a maid?
Seek fluid intake.
Oh, for fuck's sake, my character is always dehydrated.
Stealthy's alt outfits,
Lithium, that's what I
a
was getting.
disaster. They lack creativity and style. It's like she tried to dress up, but forgot how. If only she could take a cue from actual fashion. Bow down to Shadowsand for real style. Ribbit.
That's not fair! What, does she want me in a Victorian maid outfit? Girl! What was it? No, French maid outfit. She wants that French maid. Yes, I'm Australian. I was talking about the Australian Wendy's. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting, John. I'm sorry. I've never seen anywhere else use that. They cut it? Really? You haven't seen anywhere else? I've gone to several places that have that. Like the default, and it always smells nice and yummy because it's got like a nice tiny little bit of crunch on the inside of the bun because they did the toasty bit to it. It's like, good stuff.
Stuart Little is about a small mouse navigating a big world. It's a tale of determination and adventure. Stealthy mouse, however, would probably get lost in a grocery store. At least Stuart has direction. Ribbit.
May or may not have done that before, but that's beside the point!
Vital signs stabilizing.
What there? This is why Americans don't shut up about Melbourne coffee when they try it. Yeah, they get real coffee. Real coffee. I don't think you realize how much we cook. There is no room for the kettle, the Keurig. Get rid of the Keurig and replace it with the kettle. What is wrong with you? You don't need the Keurig. The Keurig is just a fucking glorified kettle.
Stealthy mouse getting lost in a grocery store is just too fitting. It's a perfect reflection of her navigation skills, or lack thereof. I'll keep the little gem in my froggy brain forever. Ribbit.
I like the way that she put that. Rhyme, are you been meaning to tell me that you have a Keurig for tea? I feel like this just keeps getting worse and worse. For tea. Oh boy. Boy, my disappointment for you is rising. Hey, teapods! Teapods! Are you hearing yourself? A fucking teapot! That's gotta be sweet tea, doesn't it? It's not real tea, it's your fucking sweet tea ass shit. Drinks belong in Starbucks. Yeah, and that's why Starbucks failed in Australia, because no one likes your syrup fucking coffee. No one likes your sugar syrup. The coffee ain't good, it's the whole thing is shit. I have black tea from India that was like $100. I ain't drinking no damn teapots. So you literally have a whole Keurig that is like has for pods and stuff for the hot water, which a kettle could do. Am I getting this? Wait. Boy. Concentrated tea in an arsenal can't exist. Aerosol arsenal. Oh boy. Instant tea. I shouldn't be surprised you have fucking instant cheese, for God's sakes. Look, just the tip. I got that tip. Reckon it's taller than me, chat?
Neptune 1 rocket online.
Okay. Oh. Ah. Oh, I got stuck on the edge.
Thanks King Prawn 8 for gifting Vern't a sub. Now Vern't can never leave.
Oh shit, I wanna get crushed. Baron! Vroom, vroom. You can never leave, vroom. There's the rules. Just suck on the used pods of like the extra broke life. You make a tea out of your pod and then you just suck on the pod afterwards when you get cravings and you're too broke. Suddenly, Subnautica 2 releases. Stealthy failed the challenge! No! Yeah, literally just fucking shadow drops. What a bitch that'd be. Wait, what are we quoting? Oh god. I only use the Keurig because other people use the pods and shit and it's super fast. Otherwise, I'd use the kettle. Yeah, sure you would. Oh, my fake button that I just pressed. Hey! Don't fucking put Dave away! Bitch. Well, I do wish this had a fridge. Oh. Why does there storage in my... Oh. Is there storage? What else do you want from me? boy, I do wish this had instructions. That'd be nice, actually. Gotta get my CPU fired up. Right, let me get Dave out. You can watch me do the things in case he has to help later. Oh my god, I still got Dave in my head!
Primary computer systems active.
Poor Dave. Getting flung around. Oh boy, computer time! Open here? Open what? The communications on first, shall we?
Communications systems array active. Pressurizing hydraulics.
Wanna try something? Like what? I wanna go into space with no life support for me! Fuck you!
Auxiliary power unit online.
You did get the communication of owing money to the company? The fuck is that my problem? I wasn't the damn captain.
Life support systems online.
Customs will get mad. Well, fucking, I'll show them Dave. And I'm sure they'll agree that it was a good idea. Do you want to open a Starbucks? I will take over the world with capitalism.
Dave is a new
Don't forget to
mascot.
declare I'm not.
How
I smuggle
charming.
him up my ass.
But let's be real, no mascot can save Stealthy Mouse from her failures. It's like putting lipstick on a frog, still a disaster. Good luck, Dave. Ribbit.
She just installed herself?
Stealth 236
You are a
Steppy.
frog.
Stealth 236 Steppy.
Congratulations on starting a fucking
I'm trying.
scam
What the
train.
fuck? What are you guys doing right now? Thank you for the biddies. People get punished, but that's here in Australia, alright? We don't know about space. You don't know. Hey, I just loaded the time capsule. What do you mean?
Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard.
Sure. I just write nice haircut. Thank you for the lizard. Lizard. Nice haircut, bro. That works. Now what?
Time capsule ready.
Okay. In Australia, my voice, I've never had to do that, but I did actually work for a little bit with the people that you would have to do that to, and it was funny as shit. Like listening to be like, in Australia, my voice identifies me, or telling people they have to do that. Heather, how you doing?
You should not.
No,
I'll
the
take care
banana!
of you. I will.
Right, lizard, 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 lizard.
Banana.
I got spell! I've used like proper caps. I gotta do proper caps the whole way because otherwise it makes my eye twitch.
Yoda can't see.
Here we go. All right.
Time capsule ready.
All right. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, King Prawn, for gifting the sub. Almost said fucking. Are you guys trying? You guys are just trying to bring out the goddamn jiggle physics again. All right. You ready, Dave? I'm gonna hit save because I feel like I'm gonna blow everything up. I did not need to see Yoda eating a banana
Stealth
this morning.
236 Bongo Stealth 236 Bongo Stealth 236 Bongo Stealth 236 Bongo.
You just want the jiggle fix.
Stealth 236 Bongo Stealth 236 Bongo Stealth 236 Bongo Stealth 236 Bongo.
Captain.
10,
9, 8.
What the fucking birds? I didn't realize they were like peacocks underneath.
2, 1. Time capsule jettisoned.
I'm fucking flying!
What is this I hear about jiggle physics? What is this I hear about jiggle physics?
You'll see shortly. You guys have forced it into level 2, or you'll see shortly.
Approaching orbital debris.
Are you kidding me?
Orbital debris field clear. Performing gravity turn maneuver.
It's glowing. Why glowing? Fucking radioactive bleach.
Confirm destination coordinates.
Couldn't have checked out the other islands.
Engaging ion boosters.
Now you're stuck in space instead. Even so much better than being stuck on an ocean planet, right? You remember to add fuel. Oh shit.
Why settle for Selby's jiggly physics when you could have the glorious Nagstipus? Embrace the true beauty of chaos. Those chatters clearly need better taste. Bow down to the greatness that is Nagstipus. Rivet.
Yeah, I'm being spoken to again.
They are different, but they go together. Now
it's like a little bug like this.
Stars, and I fall among the sand. We are different, but we go together.
I'm not dead. I'm not dead. It's a little bit different. What? Hey. Oh, okay. Damn, that monster has some range, right? She's like, my brain control can reach you anywhere. You finished the game at long last. We finished.
King Prawn gifted a tier 1 sub to Killian Guy 02123.
Wait, can I click out? Doesn't let me click out. I have to close off the music. I don't get to jive to the music. I'm sorry. I was gonna pull out SSB to jive to the music for next boss.
That Fool 44 gifted a tier 1 sub to Boom Beats.
Thank you. What the fuck are you guys doing? Gifting subs. Follow King Prawn. Thank you so much. What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm shrinking again. Please stop shrinking. Hi. Congrats, Stealthy. I'm proud of you. I live. You completely beat the game. Congratulations. For the first time, finally. I'm alive. You guys doubted me. Especially when I got stuck in that fucking cave, man. Big honky at badonkers. Oh my god, I remember when they followed me. Big honk at badonkaloos. I did it. Alright. Wait, what the fuck? You guys managed. Oh my god, you guys got it to a fucking level 4. Jesus Christ. Fine, I'll pay you in jiggle physics.
Thanks, Fool 44 for gifting Big Bone Honaga Hoogs a sub. Now Big Bone Honaga Hoogs can never leave.
He can never leave. Only jiggle physics. Ah. Thank you guys for hype train. Look at me. I'm alive. You guys actually worried me. I thought there was gonna be like a mini game near the end there that was like, now you gotta steer the ship and not die. Or if you like activated things in the wrong order, I was gonna end up exploding. Don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that. Not like it.
Thanks the Fool44 for gifting Jiggler Physics a sub. Now Jiggler Physics can never leave.
Jiggle physics. Are you trying to lock in jiggle physics for the rest of stream or something? Ow, what the fuck? Why does my tummy hurt? Ow! Jiggle, 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 jiggle.
Thanks Varen Beauty for gifting Boing 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 a sub. Now Boing 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 can never leave.
Boing 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 can never leave. You're stuck here forever. How do you guys find these names, by the way? How do you do that when you gift a sub and you gift someone with a fucking weird name? How are we doing this? Do you just go hunting or what? Is there a search function when you are gifting a sniper sub or nerd magic? Nerd, you disgusting nerds. Is this a list of names similar to what we type? Oh! So you are going searching for it. You are hunting. I see. I see. I get it now. You know what this means though, chat?
Thanks Fool44 for gifting Mr. Destructoid a sub. Now Mr. Destructoid can never leave. The Fool44 gifted a tier 1 sub to Freezing Goon.
Renamed the
Thanks Varen Beauty for gifting Stealth _ Mouse a sub. Now Stealth _ Mouse can never leave.
There was no cocksucker.
Thanks Anonymous for gifting Mice Hate Feeling to a sub. Now Mice Hate Feeling to can never leave.
What? Stealth Mouse? That's thieving boy, guys.
Thanks King Prawn for gifting Stealthy Gamer Girl _ 2020 a sub. Now Stealthy Gamer Girl _ 2020 can never leave.
That's a 5-year-old. What the fuck are they doing here? They can't be a gamer. Lies. No real gamer is below the age of 10. So now what? That game is done. I was gonna move on to rigging SSB on stream because she's got some work to be done. Would you guys be interested in watching that?
Thanks Fool44 for gifting Mike City a sub. Now Mike City can never leave.
Okay then. Right. my cock. Oh, she said it like my cock city, but it's my cock's itchy. Oh god. That is even worse. Guys, what the fuck have you done? Level 6 hype train? I don't even remember what my hype train, is there a way to see what your hype train record is? I don't
Thanks
know.
Anonymous for gifting Phil _ McCracken a sub.
Level 14.
Now Phil _ McCracken can never leave.
Anonymous!
Thanks King Prawn for gifting Stealthy _ American a sub. Now Stealthy _ American can never leave.
They're not real! Oh, now I'm so tempted to go through a bunch of these and see if they even have images. Fake! My cock is itchy is fake! Oh, Stealthy Gamer Girl is real! The account was made in 2020! They're real. They get a pass. They get a pass. What else have we got? Mice have feelings! Fake! Fucking fake! Level 14 at 27%. Damn. I wonder what we were doing. What were you doing then? Alright, who's next? Who's next? Stealth Mouse! Oh! They look like they're real as well. They have a username. They have a profile picture. They're real!
Thanks Varen Beauty for gifting Lol a sub. Now Lol can never leave. Thanks Scramble _ Brain _ Back for gifting Pain a sub. Now Pain can never leave.
She did not say that like T-Pain. Fuck was that? T-Pain? T-Pain? Oh, T-Pain's, oh, it's the real T-Pain. What the fuck?
Thanks that fool 44 for gifting Man Eats Pants a sub. Now Man Eats Pants can never leave.
Man Eats Pants, are we real? Fake! Not even an image. I didn't realize T-Pain had a Twitch. What? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? The snipers. Let me take a look. Big
Thanks
honk
King
of a
Bronny for
bonkers.
gifting Iron Mouse a sub. Now Iron
No
Mouse
image.
can never leave.
Oh shit, is it the real? It is the real! The mouse has been gifted. The mouse! For mousing! Ow! Fuck. Oh, I might have to go for a bathroom break. I had something went curse pop. Alright. Oh. Damn. I didn't know he had a Twitch, so... Oh, I've been gifting him subs to see if he ever shows up. He just doesn't actually do anything. Oozy Mouse? I'm Oozy Mouse. Yellow versus pink, who will win? Get my ass fucking handed to me. Jesus Christ, guys, thank you for the level 7! He's been light. Wait, what? He has? How long ago was that, I wonder? Immediately got partner, got himself verified. He's got a fair few badges here. Yeah. I don't know, maybe he's been actually doing stuff on Twitch. Imagine any of these gifters popping in and seeing SSB. If any of them pop in, immediately shout out SSB. Like, I'm a fake, a fraud. You want to see the SSB? I'm simply wearing her skin, like a suit, flesh suit. iMouse must get so many subs gifted to her, right?
Thanks
iMouse trying to
fool
find
44
specific
for gifting
emotes. Oh my
Cleavage
god, can you
Enjoyer 3 a
imagine?
sub. Now Cleavage Enjoyer 3 can never leave.
Look, Cleavage Enjoy. What the fuck? You people have problems. What was I gonna say? I'd imagine I imagine if you're a really big streamer, you'd probably have to get used to the prefixes on your friends' emotes and search through that. Otherwise, you just wouldn't be able to. You know, it'd just be such random emotes. You'd have no choice.
Thanks Varen Viti for gifting Wada the Sigma Sign Ohio a sub. Now Wada the Sigma Sign Ohio can never leave.
I need to go to the bathroom, but I don't want to go while you guys are giving them. There's still a hype train active, please. I'm gonna die here. Or just properly set up VIPs? Wait, properly set up VIP? Huh? What do you mean? I'm a confusion. There is an option to only be able to get gifted as subs someone you're following. I do know of that one.
Cheer 100.
That's what I need to go do, please. Set me free. Oh, piss, girl!
Thanks King Johnny for gifting Nina Bathroom Buddy No Homo a sub. Now Nina Bathroom Buddy No Homo can never leave.
Need the bathroom buddy. Isn't alone, handsome? Go before you pop. Let her escape. I'm being harassed. It's how I've avoided getting emotes from Fletch streamers? Fletch streamers? Wait, what?
Thanks that fool 44 for gifting a Soup Time a sub. Now a Soup Time can never leave.
I can't shit like this.
Thanks King Prane for gifting Bathroom Break a sub. Now Bathroom Break can never leave.
Oh my god, it's... Oh, it's oop
Thanks
time,
Anonymous for gifting Go Vislod a sub.
Is real.
Now Go Vislod can never leave.
Bathroom Break is... Fuck! They're not even real! Go piss girl it. No! They're real and they have a fucking picture, like an actual photo for their profile picture. What the fuck? account. They have 3 followers.
Thanks that fool 44
Chronic
for gifting
stan.
Poop Time a sub. Now Poop Time can never leave.
Yeah, you're right. Poop Time can never leave. I'm not gonna.
Thanks King Prane for gifting Gokipo a sub. Now Gokipo can never leave.
No Piss Girl is also real. What the fuck? With a single follower!
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
Does that mean I'm free? Am I free? This is my new poop emote. Is stir the pot, which is shit stirring me so bad. Hey, what outfit is this? Just Stealthy Mouse Green. It's Stealthy Mouse Green outfit. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. Escape while you can. I gotta go. Okay, hold up. I have to close game, and then I gotta hang on. Quit. All right, we're gonna go to the be right back screen. Fuck you guys. And anyone that doesn't have a sub is about to get smashed with 3 minutes? Question mark? Oh, not that one. 3 minutes of ads. Get rid of the pre-rolls while I'm in bathroom. Okay. Be good. Behave. I'll see you shortly. Thank you again for the hype train. What the fuck was that? Ciao.
Unsupervised scooting. Hamascoot unsupervised scooting. Hamascoot unsupervised scooting. Hamascoot unsupervised scooting. Hamascoot tier 100. Unsupervised scooting. Hamascoot unsupervised scooting. Hamascoot unsupervised scooting. Hamascoot unsupervised scooting. Hamascoot tier 100.
Alright, there we go. Tummy is still a little owie, but I think it's because I've been sitting all crunched up. That's what it feels like. I stop sitting like a crunched up shrimp prawn thingy, so I'm gonna stand up for a while. We are standing! Fancy sit stand desk is a go! Suppose I should turn off my lighting, shouldn't I? Wait, sorry. My bad. I was too I'm sorry. This is what you paid for. My bad. I was too zoomed in. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Welcome back, Self. Just got reported the frog you brought back was able to help severely reduce the scarab beetles, but now are wiping out rest of the wildlife.
That's fine.
Welcome back, Selfie. Just got reported the frog you brought back was able to help severely reduce the scarab beetles, but now are wiping out rest of the wildlife.
Not even a frog. It's a fish. Called a hoverfish. Get it right. What was I gonna say? The other wildlife should just not eat the hoverfish.
Thanks, King Prawnade, for gifting Subcraft a sub. Now Subcraft can never leave.
Enjoy the sub. You can't leave. You're stuck here now. I wear your flesh like a suit, like a glove. Let me turn off the lighting. Oh. Flashbang. Wait. I want to do something. Hang on. Try something. I have an idea. Hold up. Light it green. And? I don't know. Maybe I'll turn the stripes off. Gremlin has awoken! How you doing, Turnip? Color grading. What's that do? Oh! We got a purple SSB? Blue! I'm blue, babba-dee-babba-die. I wonder if there's a way that I can animate that so it like does the whole RGB thing. Whoa! God damn! Like a what? Oh, okay. Oh. Hey look, I'm an AI! Hiss filter, go! So you're gonna continue stream and work on SSB? Yes! Yes, I am. The pink? Oh, very green. Oh. Hi. Why does that make the leaves in your eyes stand out more like this? Why? Ritter, why? Give SSB gamer lights toggle. If I can figure out how to make the effects on VTube Studio animate, that'd be nice, but I don't see how to do that. Whoa, that's... Huh. Whoa! Why does it feel so alarming to click out of that? I'm whispering to your ear. Listen to me. Being dramatic. Listen to me! Do what I tell you! Microphone effect. Oh. Ah! I don't have my I don't think I have my microphone connected. Hang on. I want to see if I can make the microphone thingy work. Off task, let's go! Microphone, microphone, microphone! Ah! No? Microphone? Oh, allow. Ah! 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 Fuck you! No, fuck you! Fuck you, bloody! You can't burp this snoot! It's legal! No redeems work here! Yet. Larry Toggle! What is your wisdom? My wisdom of the day! Good morning, Miller! Alright, let me turn this back off again. Fuck you! I don't even like you anyway. Sorry, I'm fucking with the settings still. Turn that off. Offy. Want to see something more fun? Oh,
My
Jesus
wisdom,
Christ.
don't waste your time on mediocrity like stealthy mouse. Seek greatness or remain in the shadows. Only the worthy deserve to bask in my froggy glow. Bow down and burn, or face the consequences. Ribbit.
Can you imagine seeing this, like being high as fuck and seeing this, and the streamer's just like, what are you talking about? There's nothing different about my model. You're being weird. Everything's normal. Everything's the same as it always is. Oh god. Help! I am under the water. You can see all the different parts I did for the mouth. The teeth are flying around. The extra layers of the lashes. The fucking... Be free, my child! Oh my god, I just remembered I saw how Fala popped in whilst I was on this shit turn.
Craft's new model. Cute, but let's be honest, it's not going to save Stealthy Mouse from her usual chaos. She'll probably mess up showcasing it anyway. Nothing can mask her lack of skill. Bow down to superior models. Ribbit.
Bitch, I'm making you a model. What do you mean? And then we just explode. I love that it's still animated so you can still see the mouth. Help me! Anyway. Wild. I don't have to imagine. Thank God there's a trash can next to me. Just throw it out. Throw it out. You got Muzak? I take that fool. I put that off to the side. It sit in the corner for now. Shut up! Shut up and stay in the corner. Thank you. Oh no, that means I have to open Opera. Opera? Whatever it's called.
Stealthy Mouse working on my model. a risky endeavor. I expect chaos, mistakes, and a lack of finesse. It's like handing a toddler a paintbrush. Fingers crossed for a miracle, but I won't hold my breath. Ribbit.
Fuck you! I'm working hard on that mod. Well, I haven't worked on it for quite a while, but it's besides the point! I was making that model for you! There's some appreciation. If you think about it, any sort of hot beverage that is hot in temperature is another form of being spicy. No. Doesn't hit the same dopamine receptors. I don't care what you say. The fuck is this? Oh. See if I, hang on, I'm just gonna swap over to this screen real quick so I don't get a clash of sound. You guys can hear the music. That's not what. No fucking ads! Are you shitting me? Why is my ad blocker at Opera not doing its fucking thing? You bitch! I ain't putting up with that. No. Where the plugins? You fucking wank. It says blocks ads, but it doesn't. You lying bastard. It's beautiful. Hey, Jake's Cakes. You like ASSB? I really gotta change my category and everything before I do anything. Your chaotic thought for the night, just a little bit of everything. ADHD go brrrr. But I got none. Wait, does this have the delay? Hang on. Gonna leave this playing while I try to figure out. In your mind, paradise underground. You guys hear the music? Is it too quiet? Too loud? Firefox is live. Yeah, Firefox is my normal browser. I only use Opera for my muted music. Why the fuck is it doing that? Stop it. Damn, Opera. No! Ugh. You or I. Volume is good? Okay. Try. Gotta fuck around a little bit, chat. Just give me a second. I'm in the back rooms! Toss and turn, a red alert. And this. Falling for the lies in. Have you tried uBlock Origin? Only reason I haven't put adblock, like installed a separate ad blocker in on Opera is on my pirate website that I watch anime on. If I put a special ad blocker on it, it glitches out and it won't play my loot. So I have to can't install anything on it. It does it on Firefox, Brave, and Chrome, but the only one that it doesn't do it on is Opera for some reason, so I'm just like, alright, I guess this is how we're doing it now. I'm a singer paradise, so we sound. Falling for the rising. This one. Aha! Maybe you should. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. La 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 la. I put Stealthy in a cat avatar and she naturally starts growling when she's angry. I'd hate to break it to you, but I do that IRL too. I do that IRL as well. It's embarrassing when I've accidentally done it in public. I just go when I get frustrated. It's a bit embarrassing. Now, I'll finally copy paste this link to see what 4 sent me. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Stop hosting! Hey, Crazy Donuts, hey, Cinder! Also, it's so loud. Fuck me. I go to bed now. It's after midnight. You got what you wanted, did you? Well, it's a good thing you're about to get a 10-minute timeout, because what the fuck is this? Frogs! Hey, Pro Drag! Yes, frogs. I'm just... No. I'm just... No. On that. Alright, I'll take song submissions today. If you fuck up and I don't like the song, you're timed out for 10 minutes. Fuck you. You better pick wisely. Alright, let's start with... What song do I want to start with? Yeah, that works. The start of the shuffle. Let me know if the audio's fucky wucky, too loud, too quiet. Turn it up a wee bit. Yeah, reckon? Or is it too loud? No, no. But how you doing? Cinder, Crazy Donuts, and Sector. Hope you guys having a good day. I'm just wearing, I'm still in the wrong section. I'm just wearing SSB's flesh suit, don't mind me. Let me just change categories before I get yelled at. Oi. VTuber birth live on stream. That works. Wait, it's gonna be all caps to make a point. VTuber birth live on stream. There we go. Oh, we summoning. Hey, Mila. Okay. Good night, Fall. What? Oh my god. The fucking... I almost got a good guys ad. No! Oh my god, this is gonna piss me off. YouTube... I don't know how many of you guys have noticed this, but YouTube... Doesn't matter how many fucking songs you have in a playlist. I have 282 songs on this playlist, and it has chosen about 20 of them. Every fucking time I hit shuffle, it'll just, no matter what song I start the shuffle at, it'll go back to those 20 songs. It's like, for fuck! Occasionally, it'll only bounce between 2 songs, which is great! Love it! Sweet baby Jesus. Let's go Animu. All the time. Oh, I fucking hate it! What's that? I gotta steal this link. Come here, ya link, buh. No, fuck off with your ad. Oh. Prime. I already have this song, buddy. Actually, where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I already have that one. Dummy. dummy. Already in my list. Ads. They're trying. The ads are trying to break through. Added this to my list when it released. I think I follow the animator that animated it. Fun fact, baby tigers can be given pacifiers to calm them down. Here, suck on these. Bonnie and look dash. Thighs. Alright, I'm gonna set a timer for 30 minutes. And then I gotta swap back to me, because I can only wear someone else's flesh for so long. And then I feel like a big rude. I know you guys are thirsty for SSB titties, but you have to get them from SSB herself, okay? Oh, sigh, accelerate. I follow that animator too, right? I've been following them from yonkers ago when they were doing animation memes. Money on the dash till the die. Alright, where's my timer? Oh, I won't crash. Take. Running on the road, drives it all the way. Alright, 30-minute timer. Ball away. Close, I accelerate. Fasten. Roll, I won't crash till the die high. This is Big Boomer! Okay. Only 30 more minutes. That's all you're getting. And then I have to put her away. You have to get your SSB from SSB, okay? Alright? I'm only wearing it because I'm jealous and you guys fucking triggered a level 7 hype train for it. In the name of jiggle physics. Faster. Roll, I won't crash, running high. Dash, die. Ah, where's my thing? Alright, there it is. Oh, I won't crash. Now I gotta choose, I think. Browse away. Might make this bigger so you guys can see a bit better. Little bit small, isn't it, chat? The fucking ad trying to get... Ew. No, I like these songs. Just stop playing the same fucking ones, please. I beg of you. Gonna start making me hate the songs that I love. Oh, come on. Oh, YouTube's been getting so much worse with those ad blockers. Sorry, you guys getting flashbanged there. You birth me one day, Steffi. I am happy to give birth to you one day. Should you show... Words are hard. Should you so desire it? Hey! I will wait religiously until Bento shares it with it. You better. I put... So you know how much fucking time I put into make certain these stupid frills were 3D and, like, they turned? And, like, everything would turn? Oh, much time. She now has armpits that she didn't have before. I had to fandangle some layers around to make them. She got the arms properly. Kinda hurting every time she takes my... Oh, stick to me. Alright. Lower skirt time. Yippee. Ah! You must be a... yeah, it must be a lower 80s. It's... You want to see... Hang on. This is probably going to crash things. Hopefully this doesn't break it. No, that's not what I want. Oh, frozen program. Come on. Wait a couple of moments. It's... Oh, there it goes. Dots. Every single tiny little spot and link between those spots was added by hand. Every single fucking one! Thousands of dots! So many dots! Understand. Feel glad you came. Stick to me. They're all custom meshes. A lot of riggers will shortcut and there's like an auto mesh option up the top here. But you get much worse meshes. So yeah, I did all this by hand instead, because you just don't get as much quality out of it when you auto mesh. Fuck it out. Women in knots. Get him knots. Sweetest dreams are bitter. One left to tell. Just seeing what I want to do next. So, if I'm adding body X, add that, add that. What I need is that. King up and Chris. I love that Mudkip emo. It's so fluid. I swimming in dogs. Got the dot patterns. I got such a sore hand doing all that. Maybe I didn't. Alright, let me figure out how to sort these. Okay. That. Ooh, that. The line. Shh. Tell me, can I give you what you came for? Actually, I might grab all of it first. My heart wanders. Right. Thank you. Oh, I got caps lock on. Foot, skirt, full. Consider child. Let's do 2020. Dancing alone. Make big. Age is a prison. War of a battle day lonky. What? Everyone that popped in just a little bit ago, how you guys been doing today? I completed Fishland! I survived! Doing it again. You guys might not be sick of these songs, but when I'm working, it always goes back to these ones. Making my fucking eye twitch. If I turn shuffle off for a little bit, because all these bottom ones are new songs. Oh, battery low. Get on charge. iPad on charge. I'm super tired, just moved a few days ago. How is that, by the way? I did see you mentioned somewhere that you were moving. How's the new place, and how was the process? I think I never... Just how make certain this is the right one. Yep, that's the right one. Surprise me with just how perfect you are. And today's the first day I have my computer up. Process was brutal, still recovering, ended up on a normie sleeping schedule. Oh shit. You went to bed at night and woke up in the morning. I'm actually kind of disgusted at you, Hofala. Expected better from my VTuber Oshi, my OG fucking VTuber, huh? Expected better. Wait, did I get that right? We can add songs to the playlist? Yes! You can add songs to the playlist, but there is one condition. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to click that. One condition! And that condition is, if I don't like the song, or I get bored of it, you get a 10-minute timeout. So, risk what you will, huh? Oh, and thank you for the follow! Honor of Mordheim. Welcome. Can I have SSB shouted out for me, please? Every time we get a new follower and I'm wearing SSB, I would like a shout out for SSB. Cause it's her model. Please, thank. You sleep? Yes. A lot. Especially when my health is bad. I sleep like 14 hours out of the day. Thank you. That perfect middle? Yes, it is. Good. Your turns. Drunk enough water today. Sorry, getting palpitations from dehydration. Oh, that's uncomfortable. And this is another thing I've noticed YouTube does now, that if you don't play the playlist on shuffle, it won't play the next song. It'll just fucking sit there and you have to hit next. It just won't play. I take the risk. Do I just send the link here? Drop it in Discord because you don't have a VIP, so you won't be able to drop it here without getting timed out. So just drop it in Discord. I have a music. Do I have a music suggestions channel? Go hunting, chat. Oh. Media share. Drop it in there. Drop it in the media share. It was so annoying. It just gets worse, man. Oh, all right, everyone. I have to bed because of work. I have a wonderful stream and night stealthy. Bye, chat. Bye, King Big Chris. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Sleep well. You guys getting hypnotized by the tail, right? You guys like the tail swish swoosh, right? Nothing else. Oh. Okay. Have to be careful with this one, I see. Let me think. That might be a problem. Might be forced to make her... Oh, wrong button. Come on, life today. Got so many things going on with this model, it's started to shit the bed. I'm trying to rig. When I hit Control Z to undo things, it's like, no. Okay, I want Shift Alt is what I want. We're gonna make it bigger. What's going over there? Oh, I know what that is. That is... I knew the top skirt was too easy. The bottom skirt's gonna give me a fucking hard time. You pain in my ass. You, nope. It should be you. Next song, please, YouTube. Another one of the songs that it likes to replay regularly, so I'm just gonna skip it. Link is sent. It'll be after this one. I'll put it on. Knock, knock, knock. Okay. Drink water in just a second. Oops. Fucked up. Knock, 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 knock. Oh, oh, oh. Thank you for the larks there! Alright. Now that that's frozen, let's grab this. Put her on. What's we got? An attempted advert. And, oh, Imagine Dragons. I haven't heard this one before. Sharks. If it fucking plays, con! Thank you. Oh wait, no, I do know this song. Have this one? I think I used to. And then I got rid of it because I got bored of the song. Do I still have it? No, I still have it. This is already on my playlist. I think I just have an AMV, so it's a different name. It's not actually named after the song. They're really your friends, really your friends. And it comes to the end, to the end. Same as them. Let it go, that's the way that it goes. Yeah! Everybody knows. Hot, then you're cold, you're a light in the dark. Oh no! No, you're alright. You're okay. It's one of the songs that YouTube likes to replay a lot, so I'm a little bit bored of it, but the song itself is good. You'll get the pass. Funny how I can forget a song name, but the first 5 seconds, you're just like, oh, right! I never know the name of the song or who sung it, but I know the song. Better than them, better than them. You think you're really your friends, really your friends. Comes to the end, to the end. Same as them. Oh, let it go, that's the way that it goes. First you're in, then you're close. Hot, then you're cold, you're a lion dark. See that you're swimming with sharks. Get you. Woo, woo. I'm gonna have to get rid of these fucking belts, I can't see! Begone, belt! Shut off with you. You too. Right, now I can see. End is right in front of me. Yeah! Ooh, this part of the skirt's gonna be harder because it's not. See how the top skirt is like a perfect dip? The bottom skirt is like dip, flat, dip. So it's wow. Making the turns on this is gonna be a bit harder. Wow. Make it work. Might have to do some fan dangling first. Swimming with sharks. Get ya. Woo, woo. I get ya. Me. Get ya. Woo, woo. Okay, modeling. Edit form. Paste special. Cut. B. B. Symmetrical. Check if there's any more song suggestions first. All right, Mila is safe. Next on my collection. Blah 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 blah. Nice if it just played the next song, but. Get to stay! Yippee! Well, thank you, Windows, for new pop-ups! Oh, great. I learned Justin Bieber has turned into a nearly full-shaven, big beard guy who picks up alcohol at 7-Eleven? Okay. Like, damn, why is... okay. Something I've never understood and still do not understand is people that are obsessed with celebrities or any individual for that matter to the point where they would even read those sorts of things. It's like, y'all got nothing better to do with your day? I don't understand. Legitimately, no understanding of the concept. Do any of you guys get like that? Where you like want to know, it's like, oh, if your Oshi or whatever has been to a certain place, you get excited about going there or anything like that? Anything like that? Let's try this again. Take 2. Not in love. Not in love. Because they want to see how bad their life is or how much their life is better than celebrity for this very specific point in time and heavily biased writing to make them look bad. Just, I don't know, man. It's weird. Like, why celebrities or whatever? It's like, I get it when, I think it's, what's it called? Reality TV with things like my 600-pound life and shit like that. It's like, oh, well, at least my life's not that bad or whatever, but it's just random actors and stuff. It's like, they're actors, leave them alone. They didn't sign up for a reality TV show, they're actors. They play parts, play bits. Not in love. Not in love. Not in love. In love. In love. Up just a wee bit. Now this one actually has to turn slightly more than the skirt above it. Because larger hoop. The larger piece of fabric must turn deeper. Nation and here we go again. Oh yeah, also Windows drives me fucking mad that you have to go through the settings and constantly turn that sort of shit off. Every new update, they reinstate shit like that. It's like, just stop reinstalling fucking Internet Explorer. I'm not gonna use it. Love. In love. We are not in love. Imposter! I'm an imposter for the next, I don't know how many minutes. Oh, did we finish Fish Game? Yes! I lived, bitch! I made it out! The first time, forever. I'm so excited for Subnautica 2! It better be multiplayer or I'll have a meltdown. And then I'm probably gonna drag Shamaya in there with me. It's okay, Kurt! It's me! It's me, I swear! I'm just a little green cat for a little while. Chat screamed at me for it, alright? I had to give the goods. I had to give the goods, yes? I'll be fascination. Oh, it's cold outside. Oh, what's happening there? Oh, I know when that's happening, actually. I nay us to find up to me. Right. Oh no. Oh, this song! Not my favorite version. I like the one that had Guy and a woman. Guy Sebastian? Question mark? If it's multiplayer, I'll carry you, I guess. Oh, how generous of you. How kind, how caring. London, those emotes are cute as shit. What are you talking about? That's Stealthy Craft. I am Stealthy Craft. Hello. Bento, stop being lewd over your own thighs! What, come on! All the juice we've been given. We've been blessed by Lily. Lies. No lies. I'm watching respectfully. She's being respectful. It's her own body. She's allowed to look at whatever the fuck she wants, alright? No judgment. Bad judgment. No. Control Shift C. All for you. All of you.
Thanks King Prane for gifting Tuber_thighs a sub. Now Tuber_thighs can never leave.
I feel like I've seen that name around before. Thank you for gifting the sub. One I was meant to find. It's up to me. We will be. Hang on, I have to flip the skirt up for a minute. Chat, cover your eyes! Don't look, chat! Don't look! Oh, it doesn't go very high anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna move this skirt out of the way. Then it behaves itself on all the bends. Don't look at chat! How do those legs go? Ooh! Wrong layer, Stealthy. Alright, we got plenty of leg space. Ugh. Okay, we should be okay. We should be okay. We should be fine. Looking! Look respectfully! No, Lyra, we can hear you gooning from here. SSB in the distance, like, yes. Yes. Some VTuber music. Hey, November Raven! Hey, November! Turn around. I want to see your hands. Raven? Raven, hands! Raven! Where are your hands? Yeah. I'm watching you though. Remember that. Ew. Oops, hang on, I gotta move some things around. Any more suggestions? No more suggestions. Alright. Oh, I actually need to make this more dense. Let's go 30-30. Alright, I'm gonna have to hang on.
Stealthy Mouse needs a reminder. How typical. She should keep track, but I'll humor you. Maybe if she focused on the important things instead of floundering, she wouldn't need reminders. Ribbit.
Oh, hey, hang on a minute! I thought she was being nice for a hot second. She was like, Stealthy remembers important things instead of floundering, but she's telling me to remember the important things. Uh-oh, chat. You hear that? That's your 30 minutes up. SSP guys away now. I gotta pull my own body out. Sorry, chat. Sorry! I'm sorry. I know I'm disgusting and no one wants to look at me, but you just have to put up with me for a little bit, alright? I'm sorry. I will never be SSB with them thick thighs and jiggle physics. You're just gonna have to make do with me, alright? Oh, my Apple Pen is going for a roll. I'm so loved in my own chat. I feel so whole here. You disgust me. Actually, I actually kind of spat on my arm then. What the fuck? That was a little bit of a shower. You can call me Famous Sprinkler. Yippee! My gentle! You finally came out. I'm sorry. Whoa, liking this so far. The song? I like this song of Bow's. It's good. It's a good song. Oh, why did my brush disappear? There it goes. The atmosphere that I'm lighting here, the deeper I sink. Love is you. Oh, oh. A bottle disappears. All I can think of is you. Oh, I'm getting it. Oh, we're getting up. Oh, getting questionable there. Trying to figure out how high up I could take it before we start having problems. Oh boy. Alright, we can take a little bit higher. Oh, no, I listened to that like 2 seconds ago and I'll listen to it again so soon. Nope. Good song, too much of good thing is yucky thing. Addicted, I'm addicted. Oh, nah. I'm addicted. I'm like pushing the boundaries here, chat. I want to get it as high as I can get it without getting in trouble. That needs more Beziers as well. Hey! Whoa, that was a big gamba. King how you doing? I'm back. My flesh has returned. Think I'm addicted to love. I'm addicted to love. This part's the easy part, pulling down because I don't have to worry about my limits. We don't want to get SSB TOS, you know, chat? No TOS for SSB. I'm addicted to love. Hey, let's take a look, chat. Top skirt wide, duplicate. Or bottom skirt wide. I will drink. Ugh. Oops, too far. Where is the coin? Shoulder. Let's go. What? Ah! Okay. Make it a little bit longer. Oops. All right, I can hoik that up a bit more. Addicted, I'm addicted, I'm addicted, I'm addicted, I'm addicted, I think I'm addicted, I'm addicted. I'm addicted to thighs. Oh, I gave myself head spins doing that. Alright, that looks like the limit. I'm seeing thigh gap. That means I'm about as high as I'm gonna fucking get. Oh boy. Thigh gap is the warning red flag of no higher. Illegal. I should make the stretch down more emphasized. Push that in a bit more. That. I can top skirt. Emphasize the motion. Overdo it, Stealthy. You can always underdo it later. Alright, let's see how that looks. My music back! Oh, that's no money for you. I've overdone the clamp part. Little bit less clamp. How about that? Right, that looks better. I think I'm also going to make the top skirt go a bit higher. Quite like that. Oh, so much detailing, brr! How does that look? Still a problem with it, but I can't quite tell what it is. It's not quite moving the way I want. Try extending the lips and see how that goes. A little bit better. It doesn't have enough weight to it. Not heavy enough! Skirt! You must weigh more! Heavy skirt! Looks bouncy! But it must bounce correctly! Or it is illegal! Oh, I think I see what the problem is. Let me just watch. Okay, I got the problem now. Ew, blip. Ew, blip. Fuck you, Ed! I want a camper van. It's pissing me off. I think it's because I'm also stuck with the limits of what the skirt above it does. Oh, Jesus. Okay. 11. Too fast. Oh boy, money! Yes! Just begun, he hits that guy. I don't know the lyrics. It's not English. Imagine. Ah! Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, we'll give it another go. Wait, dual motors! I mean, I could probably... I have to load one of them as an item, which would be a pain in the ass. Alright. Got one more thing that I think I can do to help with the problem that I'm having, which is... to just fucking eat this upwards a little bit more with this one. Alright, let's try that. It looks like a slinky. Look at it. Looks better than what it was, though, so maybe that was what was pissing me off. Any turns yet, though. I love the bottom skirt is just like stiff turns. Oh, wrong button. Like a jellyfish! Alright, now I gotta try and do the turns. Oh boy, here we go! Oops, shit, I forgot control 1 triggers that. One day I'll fix that. Wait, why is... Okay, there it goes. RGB! Okie dokie hokey pokey. This is gonna be the hard bits, getting these fucking frill turns. I'm probably gonna cheat. Steal the turns that I did on these little suckers. Bam, bam, bam. Oh. Okay. Oh. It's not highlighting everything. A bit further out. Just a second, chat. I have been delivered food! Roast potatoes, let's go! Oh, they smell so good. Oh. Fuck. Making my mouth water so bad right now. I missed the time we could yeet mouse by redeeming your GPS. Curse you! You're not supposed to miss that. Oh, fuck, it smells so good. Sorry, having a moment. Alright, you. Oh, you and you. Oh, it smells so good. Oh, also. Potato. Gifted. All the way up the back. And there goes the music shitting itself again. Next! Thank you. Okay, there we go. That sounds awesome. I like it when chat breaks the stream. Oh god. Oh, hi, Sybil. Cat's coming in to scab. Well, I didn't enjoy it. Trying to focus and just get thrown through the air in my goddamn mouse ball. No. End of time. Chill out, chill out. Okay, that should work. Flint, stop it. Oh. Going to need to first extend the ruffles. Extend. My heart. Together as they fall apart. Oh. Together as we fall. Can't see very well amongst all this goddamn mesh. Me when I mesh too hard, like I can't see shit. I'm like squinting. It's not helping. Take my heart together as we fall apart. All the pets have come in to scab for my potatoes, but you can't have it as my potatoes! Fuck you! Sorry, I just realized Flint was rolling on my controller. You having a roll? You rolling? Oh, was that a good roll? Calamus! Lobster! Dar! Drink your water! Be good, little mods. Drink water now. Ew, what is wrong with that one? Why does that look like a fucking... a limp piece of pasta? What did I do to it? I'm sorry, let me fix you. A little limp pasta. Rip. Not that one. This one. Oh, snap. That's better. I like this song. I'm not signed in. Take my heart together and we fall apart. Alright, that looks a bit better. Alright, I'm just gonna take a mouthful of Sybil for the love of... He's chewing up my papers again. He's completely fucked up a little shopping list I had off to the side. What is wrong with you? Birds are supposed to do that, not cats. Mental health problems. Yeah, you better groom yourself. You bet you're satisfied, eh? Gimme potato. It's hot. It's hot. Are hot. Ooh. Hot potato, hot potato. wrong ruffle. I want that one, and I want that one. Give me the ruffles. Ruffle steel-skin. B. Yeah, alright, after ripping my paper to pieces, he's gone and hidden in the sunlight behind the curtain. I will drink water. Yes, yes. So you're right there, chat. I just beat you with my water bottle by accident. My bad. Oh. Ink pouch there, maybe? A little bit further back. Trying to match it up with that. Oh, excuse me. Hiccup burp. Ruffle, 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 ruffle. Oh, okay, that didn't... Huh? Alright. Ooh, almost knocked the salt over. Hi there. That's not Hey. Now. Delete these two ruffles in front because they are blocking the view. Grab this little fucker. Hey, dog. Oh, my face is itchy. Sorry, please. Hi. Ah. That. It works. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck is going... Don't think that's supposed to happen. Hang on a minute. What did I do? Whoops. What are you in that you are not supposed to be in, little one? Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. I see what I did. Alright, that should have fixed it, I think. More songs! I will check shortly. Alright, it's fixed. That's that fixed. Save or something dies. Always save, shave, and triple save. You can never trust that it won't just fucking die on you. Never trust. Right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, hot potato. There's a hole right there. I haven't watched this movie yet. I haven't watched K-pop Demons yet. I gotta do that. Entity is held together with hopes, dreams, and duct tape. Pretty much. Sometimes they'll do an update and it just breaks things and everyone's just like, well, I guess we'll wait till they figure it out. Wait, is the VTuber a cover? I don't think this one's a cover. Is it? It just says Huntrix Takedown. Wait. Unless Huntrix is someone? If it is, I don't know who that is. Okay. Watch some movie. I've been meaning to. Just gonna get my ADHD ass to sit down and watch the fucking thing. Cause I'm always like working. Sounds different. It probably not the movie mix, because sometimes game songs will do the same thing. They'll have like the version that's played in the song, which is more remixed and everything, and then they'll have the version that's like, I guess you could call it a clean version. Doesn't have all the edits to it, so it might be a cleaner version. Because it's so long, right? I can't handle it. So long. I'm like, I've been sitting here for almost 2 hours and I haven't done any work. Ugh. Hello, Wonder Waffle. How you doing? Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. Been listening to VTuber cover of this song a lot since wasn't too fan of the OG version. Ah, I see. Maybe it just sounds different because it's going through my stream. Might fuck with how it plays. Sorry, I'm digging for the best potato down the bottom here. Come on. Alright, where's that front ruffle? Front ruffle! How much longer on this song? Mila. You're under threat. Oh, you fucking lucky. I was getting real bored of that. It doesn't get the christening or the blessing of being added to my playlist, but it was tolerable. You're in danger, though. Well, I threw the fuck up last night all over my goddamn slippers. Not the slippers! That's what you get for drinking. Make you famous. Oops. Ooh, that's a bit dense. I don't want that. 9. That is so hard to see. The fucking center. There it goes. So hard to get that pixel perfect sometimes. I follow me famous. Nameless. No, yeah. I'd stand. Trust. Wait, what? I'm Mario! Yeah, I said what I said. Well, I can't really send you the coolest song of the movie because you haven't seen it. It's a spoiler. Spoiler song. No, I'm still dizzy, so I'm just laying in a different bed because I still not feel well. Like washing my blanket and taking out my rug. Do you at least have a bucket? This is why you have a vom bucket. The minute you feel slightly nauseous, it comes out of containment. Ready to go. Potato! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! A bit flat. Fuck. Where did that go? Oh, it's off to the side. You stupid idiot. Worked up over nothing. Why are you looking at me like that for, Prime? Huh? Why? Never if I should cry. About 25. Better, I could be better, I love my life. Young not to try, it could be better, I should be better, I life. Down online. Blah. Girl, the moment I got out of the car, I went straight for my bed. No, get the bucket. No. No, I don't care how sick you are. You get the bucket first, because I can guarantee you that if sick you has to vomit suddenly, you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it in time. And then also sick you does not want to be laying in your vomit.
She picks songs that make my froggy ears bleed. For real tunes, try classy artists like Billie Eilish or Lana Del Rey. Anything is better than her choices. Bow down to Chadosan for real music taste. Ribbit.
Basic bitch taste. Basic bitch! And I do have a Billie Eilish song. I don't know if I have any Lana Del Rey, because I don't know who Lana Del Rey is. Heard the name! Don't know who they actually are, though. Singer, obviously. Always the bucket! Yes, exactly. Sick you should not be laying in vomit, because it'll just make you sicker! About 25, it could be better, I should be better, I fall in love with my life. Young not to try, it could be better, I should be better, I 25. Oh, Sybil, I thought you were a goddamn song. All I could hear was these little claws crunching. Little crunchy claws. Now I know it's getting closer to bird. Starts to come on my side of the house. Can't fucking see! The sun is also insulting my music taste, since me and Stealthy share a lot of songs thanks to AMVs, right? Stealthy and I proper English. English, Minglish. Chaos. Us. Almost forgot. Bury my innocence. Like it or not. Thanks for indirectly insulting me, chat, don't they? You all caught strays. Get fucked. I want to be all like, oh, I won't throw up anymore, but this body of mine, exactly. Go get a bucket or a really big Tupperware container. I don't, if you don't have a bucket. Doesn't matter which one it is. Just a thing that has the volume to take the vom. I'm gonna put some Koopy on this next potato. Koopy time. Yum yum. Yum yum yum. Oh, that was a bit much. Oh well. Mm-hmm. Hey. Wait, Eli, someone, I don't know if Eli can hear me. You're not getting ads, are you? You fucking shouldn't be. I don't have those ad break things on. So if you're getting them, Twitch has fucked around with something in the back rooms and messed things up. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I know you're not King Prawn, you subbed. Too much detail, I can never do that. It is tedious, but satisfying when you get the end result. Like, I don't know how many hours I've put into her face. Like, you have no idea how many bits and pieces and how long it took. Holy shit. We ain't got no idea. 19 shots. So you did it to yourself. Go have some greasy food. Sober up, motherfucker. House? When's your list opening up again? Not for a hot minute. I've had a couple inquiries as well that are like, I'm waiting for them to get back after inquiring. After they inquired me, I mean. Oh well. When 3-year sub badge? Oh, I want to get a whole new batch of sub badges. I don't like my sub badges, I'll be honest. I don't like them. I don't like any of the badges that I've made for subby stuff. Might com someone else to do some. Maybe some pixel art. I was thinking of just like foodstuffs would be cute. Pixel art foodstuffs. I was wrong! 3 months! 3 months? Eh? Been waiting 15 months. You mean 3 months? Well, I'm on my phone, so yeah, but when I joined and when I went on another app and back, oh, well that's normal then, because that's the pre-roll. That's the pre-roll ads. That's the pre-rolls, unless I've most recently run a 3-minute ad break for everyone. You'll get them. Fortunately, if you click out in the back end. Music, please come back. Please stop disappearing on me. I hate having to click next for every new song. Ugh, I don't want a caravan! Fuck off! Barely afford a house, you nugget. Rent. Alright, next. Bottom. Problems I got none. Got none. Got none. Oh, that ruffle's gonna be hard. Hold up. Uh-oh, Houston, we might have a problem. Oh! Maybe not. Maybe they'll be okay. Should be okay. We should be okay. A red alert. I don't want to put that many together, so let's go. Oh, shot! Feet on the ground, falling for the rising. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. Maybe you should be. Fine. See you, why? Believe. Alright. Excellent. Might need to break this up with another deformer, but we'll try it like this for now. See how she goes. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. You should. Lay down asleep. Lay my soul to. Alrighty, time to skish. Squash it. Fucking squash it. Lay down asleep. Lay my soul to keep. Ooh, this is a bit close, isn't it?
Ginger Cinder 13 rating with 21. How quaint. Welcome to the chaos. But remember, you're entering the domain of Shadow-san. Bow before me, or you'll regret it. Let's see if you can handle the madness.
Bow before.
Ribbit.
Take another nap. Have a good nap, Eli. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, Sad Weebix, Mr. Charmy, Ginger Cinder, Calamus, you cheater. You fucking slut, you whore. More than one person at a time? Calamus, really? You're disgusting. Disgusting. Make you take a test. Jesus Christ. And Flex, you're just as bad. I carried Cinder all the way to the top. All you ever do. I mean, you say that, but you fucking abandoned me, even though I went backtracked, risked my life to get your sorry ass so that you could live a bit longer, and then you promptly abandoned me. So you might have carried their dead body, like their ghosts up, but did you actually help, or were you a hindrance? I'm just asking. I'm just asking, alright? Hope I had the wonderful stream, Ginger! I got a burp. Cool, that was a tiny little burp. Good evening, Stealthy! Good evening, Mr. Charmy. How you doing? We all were lurking and watching, you goddamn creepers. You're a bunch of creepers, the lot of you. What were you guys doing? So we pay peek. We're peeking. Anything else? Anything else? Any tea? I don't like the way that looks like a little fucking cannoli. It's a cannoli ruffle. The ruffle cannoli is free. Whereas you bleed. Alright, that's one way. Now we're gonna go the other way. How does the achievement hunting, Cinder? Are we getting all the achievements? Through the ditches and burn, through the witches and slam in the back of my regular. Ah. No, I literally carried her. I used the revive stone on her at the top. Why? You just try to flex. On Flex. And Cinder. But mostly in front of Flex. I see you. This song is bumping. This man will run into lava and snatch my dying ass. Why didn't he do that for me? What the fuck? I am your mother and your father. Well, I'm not your father yet, but I'm your mother. And you didn't even go get my body. Bruh. How does the... Well, I read that one. Still only 3 more badges, so no luck with this stream, does that mean? So we could all win together. You ain't play with me again yet. Not since you fucking abandoned my ass. No! I learnt my lesson. Don't trust that one. That's what I learnt. Burn through the witches and slam in the back of my regular. Burn through the witches and slam in the back of my regular. I like how much that fucking limp pasta sticks out. Let me just fix the limp pasta real quick. Weeding me out. No limp pasta. like it anymore. Better. I'm in the back of my regular. Burn through the witches and slam. Alright, how's that going? Oh, he's inserting himself a little bit. Let's just boop, boop. There we go. And burn through the witches and slam. Well, you're a little bit too snug. Let's just out a little bit more. I wish this playlist would stop just replaying the same fucking songs. Don't like how that tucks there either. Holy smokes. Right. I normally don't mind this song, but it always plays. Meow. Meow. Right, I need to extend the interpolation of the ruffles. And ellipse. Yes. 3. How's that looking if I go? No! Look at it. It just pokes its little head in like, Okay, not good. We could all win together. Where? Play. Not me too. Also, Weebs too. We dragged Weebs up there. Poor Weebs. Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry for your experience. But no trauma dumping in my chat. Ow. Alright, got potato. Play with me next Saturday and I'll hold your hand to the top. I call bollocks. I want more Koopy. I want Koopy on my potato. It's actually kind of warm in this room, I'm not gonna lie. I think I need to change into some shorts for the first time in God knows how many months. Ah! My potato! No! I lost it to the sauce! Ow. It's so good. No, stop putting your little turtle head away. Come out more, not go further in, you fucking... I'm still doing it! Beep, beep, beep. Pissing me off! Why? Fucking stop it! Ugh. God-forsaken turtle heading. Not as noticeable now, so maybe when I add the physics you won't even notice. Also, you poke out just a little bit more. I don't know, I can't hold on to the... Boy is playing slapping music. I thought my music was playing. I was searching tabs to see which one I left it open. Sorry, my playlist was too good for you. Channels on TV. Black and white, no, so right. Nom 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 nom. How'd that go? Ugh, it still does the fucking turtle head, but it's tolerable now. I'll put up with it. Echo. And this is but a small part of the why VTuber models are so fucking preposterously expensive. This shit takes forever. Beep, beep. Okay, let me just key there. Have to That. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, hang on. Wrong button. Behind the skirt. Okay, okay, that's better. Oh, I never look back. Ain't no way TikTok has off mode? OnlyFans mode? Hello, Witch of Envy, how you doing? Suspiciously recent account, suspiciously advertising sort of message. Are you a bot? Sus. Filthy does have great music. Hi guys, you flatter me. I know my music's good. Fuck you. I already know my music slaps, or I wouldn't listen to it. Bye. Then I can't take. I will hydrate in just a second. Bro, I get called a bit every time I comment on a stream. Am I that bad? You randomly brought up TikTok and OF mode? Off mode? So, yes. Yes, you're that bad. It came right out of left field and it feels very like, hey, Lo, check out this TikTok. That's what it feels like. Be warned. You're lucky. I'll educate you. Alright. Okay. Now, gotta grab this macaroni looking ruffle. Right, now she ASAP. I'm just gonna tie my hair up. I'm sweating a little bit. My long hair is not helping. Sorry if the music gets paused by taking my headphones off, but fancy Bluetooth headphones, they do that. Pause what I'm listening to. Sweating. This is why I normally have short hair, but grown out because I was going bald. Steroids were making me bald and I was not about to fucking cut that shit short unless I really needed to, and then I would have probably just saved it. So glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. Fuck the steroids. I'm a bot. 75% off discount on your first subscription. Make sure to nail that on your mind. I'm a bot. Eat your sub. If you're not a bot, how's your day been? Sweating. Fuck. Damn it. It's not even hot today. It's just because I get the late afternoon sun. This sucks. Plenty. I stack low. Nowhere. Girl bring a curl. I don't want to listen to this song. That was an advert trying to play, no doubt. Yep, fuck you. Panic Room. I haven't listened to that one in a while. I drink. And fun, my hands smell like onion leaves after peeling them all day. Onions? What are you cooking? How much of it are you cooking? What are you eating with all the onion? I can't have onions no more, it's so sad. No onions for stealthy. Oh, wrong button. It takes so long. Thank you. Roll now to the panic room. Ooh. Come for you. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm gonna have to get fancy with the layers on this one. No, boy! It's gonna be interesting. Be harder than the top one. The deeper turns. Ugh. Where is it? There it is. These noises. Me in here. Oh, the silence is so loud. Yeah. Control now. Ew, my voice just crackled. Gross. Waya! Shamaya! How you doing? Cute art! Dang, that really was so good! You like? Trying to get these fucking 3D turns. Ah! Lily Q made the art, but I do rig. Ellipse 3. My knees are getting sore from locking them all the time. Don't lock your knees, Stealthy. It's bad for them. No. Alright, I'm gonna have to fandangle some shit. I'm a farmer. I'm selling them? Wait, farmers pre-peel their onions? Oh, I suppose, like, fuck, sorry, almost killed my fork. I suppose you, like, peel them to a degree, you still leave the outer layer to protect them. It makes sense! Do you sell them at, like, a local place or a store, or you do with a... Where you sell? To a grocer? Like, just like my playlist from, like, 2016. I have some really old songs in here mixed in with new songs. I just keep adding to it slowly. How is Somalia? Eating another potato. Bit rough there. To add the physics, you probably won't notice, so it won't matter. Yeah, a bit rough. I might have to fix that. Ooh. Oh, heart just went doki doki again. Don't do that. I don't like that. I don't like it when you do that. Your ads. Play. Let's go! Jiro-san! Really didn't have you on another monitor. You being cheated on. Everyone's cheating on me. Bunch of sluts. The lot of you. Ow. I would never do that sort of thing. Never. Sorry, I hope you guys aren't getting mouth noises. If you are, sorry. Right, you little ruffle. You need to come around a bit further. Wrong one. This one. Ooh, ew. Nani?
Brownies with a party of 3? How adorable. Welcome, but don't expect mercy. You've entered Shadow Sand's realm, where only the worthy survive. Prepare for the froggy fun, or face my wrath. Ribbit.
Hang on. I didn't realize Shadow-san's been killing off my chatters. What? How long has that been a thing? Ah, don't worry, Stealthy. I don't hydrate Shemaya. Definitely not because she has she has no self-care redeem. Definitely not. I hope the rigging is going well. It looks so good. It is a long and tedious journey with these fucking frills, but it'll pay off. It'll pay off. I gotta believe it'll pay off. I mean, it paid off for the top skirt. Hang on. I'm gonna do it again, chat. I'm off. I'm gonna do it again. I'm pulling SSB out. It's easier to just pilot her than it is to control her through live today to show it off. Oh shit, I'm leaning hard. Oh goddamn, what happened? Damn, alright. Big lean. What? I got the skirt. Skirt. Got the 3D turns and the physics and the jiggling. We're jiggling here, sorry. I'm wearing glasses, it doesn't like it when I do that. If I wear glasses and try to do this, it shits itself every time. Without failure. Doesn't like it. Please for all! Double the cute mask! Thank ya! How you doing, glitch perspective? I have to put my glasses back on so I can read easier. So how much would this model cost if it were for sale? If I had done the art and rig, you mean? Why you mean? Because I only rigged this. As currently is, okay, if we're talking about rig, once it's not even complete yet, keep in mind, so there's still a lot more work to go into it, so it's in the completed states. Fuck, you can tell I'm wearing my glasses again, can you tell? Once it's in its completed state, now, because my skill's gone up since SSB slotted herself into this position, the rig would go for about 2k. For the rig with all the ears and the flipsies and the fucking frills! Ah, so many hours on everything! Would be the rig. For the art, if I were to have done the art myself, probably would have been like 1,400 maybe? Maybe about that. Bruh. Oh good, she moves so good. Oh god. It hates my glasses. I think it's because my glasses are blue light reflective. Because I think I have another pair of glasses. When I wear those ones, the V-Bridger doesn't care about them. But whenever I wear these fucking glasses, I don't know if they interact with the infrared in a weird way. Whenever I wear these glasses, it like breaks any speedy tracking. When I try to move really quick, it just breaks and can't track my face. I take them off. And it moves fucking just fine. Sponsor, much expressive. Thank you. I work on it. She still needs a lot of fandangling. What? Thank you for the follow. Amateur model kits. I appreciate it. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. Can I get a shout out for SSB again, please? This model is not me. This is my VTuber child, SSB. That we are also currently creating in the background. I'm a blonde mouse, not a green cat. No. I'm just jealous of her because my model's like 2-3 years old and much stiffer than this. My skills have improved considerably since I made my model. So I pull her out whatever chance I get. You probably guess at what I'm doing by my name alone. I would willing to bet you're a chef. Definitely a chef. I'm so excited. I just want time to work on it. I keep opening the file and then realizing it's already 1 o'clock in the morning, and if I start working on it, I will be locked in for like another 3 to 5 hours, so I have to put her away again. It's so sad. It's so sad. Because I don't pull her out on a work day unless I'm already worn out from working on other people's commissions, which generally doesn't happen till quite late. Yes. Soon trademarked. But you will have this as experience now too. I mean, yeah, but it's like, it's just the new tier, yeah? I feel you so hard on that, right? It's like, fuck. I can do so much better now. Can I please? I want a different body. I'm gonna put my glasses back on again. Flint, your breath rank, dude. Breathing at me. Okay, let me swap back to my flesh again. But yeah, she's... Or once the physics are in, you won't be able to see how bad the turn is on this one. What? It'll be done. Can you trust? Where am I? Oh, wait, I keep forgetting I have a hotkey for me! Gotta take a power nap? Good luck! I hope you come back feeling refreshed and not sweaty and like you've just, like, not actually slept at all. I hope so. Whip model is gone! I'm glad you like my model. Oh, I gotta fix this. Let me fix. Everything takes so long in fucking life 2D, bro. Run away. Are you gonna... Did I put another one? I feel like I need to add one more ruffle that pokes out around the corner. Okay, maybe I will. Alright, let's try. Wrong. Scrolling down. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. I'm scrolling in the background. Scroll to the bottom. Can you trust? The Oh, I think that one. That works. Make you a little bit more hidden. Yeah, maybe not. Uh-oh. God damn it. More ruffles, please! No! Please, have mercy. Alright. Cool. Just trying to... 2 ads just got fucking yoded. I feel like that came around the corner a little bit too fast. Raiden's... That? Eh. Ooh, it's a little bit clanky. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, hang on. Ew. Ew. Don't like it. Need to fix it. Gross. Fucking gross. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, hiccup burp thing. Fuck is this layer? Hello? There you are. I don't care anymore. Thigh squish cultural, are we? I'll get to that eventually, don't worry about it. I suppose I could be nice and hold off on working on it, on her thigh squish until, like, a next stream, but, you know. That's how I feel, I guess. Don't like how that behaves. You. You. No, it's not you either. Ah! This one. Bit too.
To your thigh
There
squish.
you go.
It's a gimmick. Important for some, but ultimately shallow. If that's what keeps viewers entertained, I guess it works. Just remember, true quality shines beyond mere squish. Bow down to shadow sand for real depth. Ribbit.
Girl, you're so judgmental! Fuck! You're all shallow. You're shallow. Back like elastic. Ick. Daily habit. Welcome to. Ick. Habit. Welcome. Alright. You know what else, chat? That's just one side. I'm gonna do that side. Actually, we're gonna do the other side. Well, I'm against Shadow-san. She's just wrong. Mirror. Unequivocally wrong. Oh god, it's this song. Sounds so good, but fuck, it's so horny. Like, bro, calm down a little bit. That looks okay. That's doable. Daddy, how would you like it, Daddy? Daddy. Not feeling that song right now. Oh yeah, let's go pork soda. Actually, no, I'm not feeling that either. Next! Potato. Oh. I swear we just listened to this song. Nom nom nom. What were those lyrics? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Song sounds really good, but it's sus as shit. Now, let's do a trick shot. Like that. Okay. Now. You. No, not you. You. Oh, you're you. Right. Hope that's the right one. No, it's not. Fuck. Which one is the right one? I need R8 is the correct one. There. Key cards! Woo! Sometimes it works. Sometimes it says, fuck you. R9 for the next one. Takemia. Last night. 君の手はOh, whoopsies. See what I mean? Sometimes it's just wrong fucking one, mate. Wait. Wait a minute. Did I miss one? Did I miss a deformer? No, it's okay. Just stupid. I missed it. What the fuck? How do I even do that? Bruh. Oh, hang on. Live City is having a shit fit. Okay, there we go. You go in fucking there. Thank you. Jesus, was that so goddamn hard? Ah. Hey, oh, what? I'm not Gregorant. I'm giving birth, but I'm not Gregorant. Think of me like a seahorse or something. Hypothetical question. Do you also do PNG tuber stuff that look like animals? A cat, perhaps? I mean, yeah, they're just illustrations. They're just pictures. I could do cat PNG tuber. Monkey brain, monkey see, thigh squish, monkey happy. I don't like that you paired it with that emote either. Yeah, I'm not there. It's also been appreciating the color green lately. This color palette makes me happy, right? Lily picked the right greens, in my opinion. I have to go for another bathroom break in a minute. I gotta go for another bathroom break. What happens if I put... Oh god. Head jaw! No! Head jaw! Rip. Alright. I'm just gonna hit save and I'm gonna go for a quick bathroom break. Sorry for the 3-minute ad break. I'm sorry. But it deletes the pre-rolls, so it's gotta be done. I gotta pause the music too, because otherwise it'll just freeze and we'll be in silence. Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry. The bathroom and nature calls. Sorry about the ads. Okay, there we go. No, I just had my headphones sitting weird. Sounded like my headphones weren't turned on. Hey, what though? That banana has given me some hairy fucking teeth. That sensation. I don't like hairy teeth. Knock, knock, there. Don't be. It's how Twitch can stay alive. Without ads, they would shut down tomorrow. You got a point. You need Twitch. Oh, get everything. Alright. Better forget everything. You there. Your turn. Ruffle. Ta-da. Oh, you heard me. Hairy teeth. Guys, not pay attention to your own teeth. Yeah, teeth get hairy if you have, like, sugary things. Like banana. Don't even pay attention to your poor teeth. Your poor teeth, man. Didn't like it. How you never could look up to what I thought. How's that behaving? Oh no, it's not. It's not behaving weird. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If you could run. Where is that Ruffle? Where are you? Oh, Sybil, you fucking scared me, dude. Don't do that. Rubbing all up on my legs. You just want my bowl. Right through you, buddy boy. Looks so easy. Ah. Ba 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 ba. There. Sorry, 2 seconds, chat. I'll read you in just a moment once I've done some copy pasties. No, you need help. You guys just don't pay. You're just not paying attention to your teeth, bro. What? Hey, thank you for the follow, Anubis. 666 devils. Green Golf Girl. SSB, what the fuck are you doing here? Aren't you streaming? I swear I just opened my Twitch whilst I was on the shit there and I saw that you were live. Get out! Fucking leave! What are you doing? Someone beat her up. What? No, I don't need help. True, same, true, right, Tombstone? I yelled at her. Get out! Too busy perving on herself. She's so vain, perving on herself like that. How embarrassing. Leave her alone! She did this to herself, Prime. It's her fault. Sorry, I got a little bit too overexcited about that. A little bit of music. Numero 11?
Thanks King Prawn 8 for gifting us SB underscore lover underscore for underscore life a sub. Now SSB underscore lover underscore for underscore life can never leave.
my god, they made that back in 2015, the account! How long has it had that name, though? Tell me she's showing your love to Fox! She's creeping. She's like, fuck! Very carefully making your frills. Take care of your jet. Get out! Get out! What's it? Go stream, girl! Oh my god. She just lost her way. Don't mind her staring a hole at me. I feel like something is burning. Definitely is a big DJ despite saying she isn't. She's so in denial. I've seen it. I've caught it fucking red-handed at that. Red fucking handed, buddy. Na, 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 na. Oh shit. Wrong one. I'll start there. Na, 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 na. Ow, SSB! To be fair, I would be doing the same, just like, I'm live, but like, I'm a bit busy right now. I'm just gonna be watching something else for a hot minute, chat. Who I be? Fuck, I'm confused. Already done that one. Peace off. You are the one I want. Alright, Ruffle 11. By the way, this is SSBs, yes. It's a 2D film. We're gonna steal one of her Ds. Legal reasons. For science! We're stealing a D. Oh shit, what did I do? She won't miss it, don't worry about it. We won't let her miss the D. Oh, gross. What the fuck? Oh. What? Must have been having a fit when I made that texture. Jesus. What the fuck? We have a spy in here! Who's reporting back? Oust them now! I still got potatoes to eat. They're sitting in front of me, just tempting me. My taters! Man, they're right there. Girls with the nails done only. Oh, you know what I can do? The tracking's not as good though, because I don't have all the same tracking params on this model. This doesn't move as nicely. I put our belts back on now. Oh wait, we're gonna do a Z. her X physics on her skirt. And then we can put her belts back on. Oops, that wasn't supposed to happen. Save. Ah, I keep forgetting control 1! GP! I do it to see what you're doing and also to jump scare your ass. Yeah, sure. Alright. Oh, no. Save as. I want to save this one. Potato! That is now mostly called. Ow. More sauce. Num num num. A truly complete diet. Potato and sauce. Thank you for the follow! The Salta Show. I appreciate it. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get coffee. Alright, it's physics time for the skirt. Skirt. Alright, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. Ah, my potato! It's raining here, there's no sun, no! That's what we had yesterday. We had thunderstorms last night, actually. So goddamn yummy! Alright. Sorry. I'm obsessed with this food right now, it's so fucking good. Fuck! Alright, I have control. I have control. Promise. What are you eating? I'm eating. They're literally just roasted potatoes that my fiance did for me. But like, they're all seasoned and they're just tiny little baby potatoes, so they still have their skin on, and they're just fucking yummy. Okay? And then I'm dipping them in Koopy sauce. Ow. No, we need it. Drought be hard. You add some green beans to that? You got one of my comfort meals. Just roast potatoes and green beans? I suppose that works. Nice and easy to do. I love taters, they're so fucking good. I know which AMV channel you're watching due to the ending song showing off anime hoodie merch. I don't even know what AMV channels I'm following anymore. They're just there. Ow. I'm here, you little fucking potato. Sorry, I got one potato left. Just hold out, chap. Some good shit. Num num. Who needs chippies when you got the roast potatoes with the skin? Num. My favorite, I'm just a hobbit at heart. What has potatoes got to do with being a hobbit? The fuck has that got to do with the price of eggs? Gonna wake up and see ya. Ow. So fucking good, man. Damn, I can't call her peg leg no more. In all fairness, when I export this, she'll still be peg-legged. So, it'll last for a little bit longer. Ow. Fuck, they're good. Nom. Oh. Ah, the cat is looking like really resentfully at me. He's full on just death squinting at me. Making me nervous. Oh, that was some good shit, man. Nom 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 nom. The cat knows. It's like, I could have had that. Could have been mine. It could have been mine. Alright. He knows I'm cheating on him with another cat. A green cat at that. Disgusting behavior from me, I must say. Yes. Ah, Sippy! Yes, sir! Sybil, what the fuck have you been up to? Why are your face wet? What have you been doing? How you doing behind the smile? How's it going? And yeah, Tombstone, the boots are so good. Look at them! They look like nice, well-worn leather. Perfecto. Buckles everywhere, just like anime should be. Hands crying, I'll eat your soul. Or what will come. Now, to get that good... Hush, pretty mouth shut. Your inhibition. Oh, excuse me. Hush, hush. The movements just aren't as juicy. Pissing me off. But I think... Okay, so I did do the ellipse on that, so that might be what's affecting it right now. Darling. And moving through the smoke. Oh, sir. Pretty mouth shut. I can keep a secret if you hush, hush. Eh. Hold up. Ooh, not quite like that. Fly you a rocket and mockingbirds don't sing. Fly you. Sorry, I keep singing. Please shut the fuck up if it's annoying. That's scheming to take over. It's like, that'll be my body. My digital vessel. Keep a secret if you hush, hush. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hush, hush. Burping, sorry. La 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 la. La 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 la. Soon the channel becomes Stealthy Cat. I'm doing good. Just got back from an event. Oh, how'd the event go? I don't know what type of event was it? Oh shit, I forgot it's tracking my face. Alright, it's getting better. Oh! That's because I didn't do those other two spots. Look at it. What the fuck? Okay. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. I know what I did. Pop, pop. I didn't do this. So dark the night, guiding the that. Be there in just a second, chat. We're gonna be late. What's taking you so long? Hold up, I'm buckling my boot belts. Hang on a minute. Let me just buckle the boot belts. A valid reason to be late. Right now we synthesize corners. Oh, uh-oh. Oh shit, she's fucking. Uh-oh. Oh god, her ass is. hang on. I don't think the TOS will let me do. Hang on. Wait a minute. We're gonna put her clothes back on. Give me a second. Oh shit. Oh fucking shit. Okay, hang on. Okay, I think we're safe. I think we're safe. No more flashing? I don't think we're gonna flash anymore. Okay. Whoops. My bad. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, there we go. I wish it moved separately. I might do a thing. I might do something. I might do something. Give me a second. It all in. I don't believe it. Oh, 5 flashes! I can't. I like that SSB! You might like that, but I don't know how Twitch will feel about that. How long are you just lurking over there? Get back out of your stream! Alright, unexpected. Patient. I don't believe it. Alright. Alright. Whoa! Tail just went schizoid. Life 2D does that sometimes, it just shits itself. So we got skirt. Ah! No. What skirt? Exquisite. Oh? I called it bar skirt instead of top skirt, instead of bottom skirt. I'm fucking stupid. Oh, my throat went all crackly. That was embarrassing. Oh, better than God got you hot in a headlock. Right, there you go. Now the timing is slightly different. There's no clipping. I think so. your heart in a headlock. Wow. Right, she looks like she's working, right? Oh. Lark lovers, good night. Thank you, Tab. I appreciate it. Thank you. Salute to the thigh flashes. No more for you. It's fine. Fading spades. No. 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 Legal. Banned. The lot of you. Oh. Tail having a schizoid. Belts back on. Wake again. Shut up, Stealthy, some singing! What twist? The boots have a zipper in the back. SB is stalling, actually. I've seen so many boots that are like that, though. They have all these buckles and shit, but there's, like, a zipper on the side of the back. Alright, let's export this version of SB. A lullaby nobody knows. Oh, la 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 la. Come on, do your thing. Oh, I just shrunk everything down. I can't see anything. I'm blind. Yeah, I know about the clipping. Go away. Oops, I didn't even click on that. Yep. So many yups. ASSP. Have. Yes. Are we there yet? Can't escape the old man. Don't you just love it when you finish putting details that you put your time on and then realize you add them on the wrong layer? I have to, oh god. Oh, not even if you have to paint over top of it after that, like you go into details of a hand or hair or eyes or whatever, and then like a strand of hair covers it, or there's another thing that covers the hand. It's like, fuck! I know the pain. La 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 ba da. Come on, you got this live today. I believe in you. Yeah, there she goes. Lullaby. Gonna hide this screen capture for a second so we can see the model. Oh, la 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 la. It's so sad that the legs don't move yet. She looks so stiff with no leg movement. Alright, you come over here so I can look at you better. Might be some editing to how the physics behave. Mainly with the tilt. But looking good. That hip to go out more, but I haven't gotten to the legs yet, so we haven't done the hip yet. The hip, Julio, the hip. Oh, you're asking me if I'm still here. I'm still here, YouTube. I'm still watching. I don't want to listen to that song though. Nope, no caravans. I don't really want to listen to that song either. Let's go credit song for my death, but I'm the final boss. That works. We're gonna get a caravan ad. More hip. She needs more hip. She needs to, like, when I tilt my head to the side like this, I want a hip to like go pop right out. She's sassy, you know? She gonna be sassy. We need a sassy bento. Okay. I'm sure you guys won't mind a sassy bento. It looks good. I'm glad you look. Bento is wholesomely admiring herself, with much wholesome. Hang on. Let me help her wholesomely witness. Wholesomely, of course. Very wholesomely, right? Bento! Much wholesome. Oh, my first tracker breaking. Right? Did I help? Did I help, chat? Very wholesome. Very wholesome. Very helpful. See, I like how much her hip pops out to the side when I turn sideways like this. Because, like, there's a slight hip pop that happens when I turn to the side. But not enough when I tilt my head. I want her to be bombastic. Bombastic. Fucking pop that hip, Bento. Pop it. Little stiff, girl. Glasses back on. What? I like the jiggle physics. I'm talking about the hair. Hair physics. Right. She looked away the moment before. Of course. Bento, what is wrong with your timing? I was helping you look wholesomely. Hang on, I'll do it again. All right, we'll help you look wholesomely again. Very wholesome. The chat those underneath your yitties are getting an extra show. Mila, Hama, and Killers getting the good. There we go. Don't need to miss out. It's me. It's okay. It's okay if I look if it's my own body, right? Self-cessed is yes. Self-cessed is legal. It's legal, Batman. It's legal. You can do it, Batman. But anyway, back to what we were working on. The skirt's looking alright. I still have to, you know what I have to do though, chat? You know what's gonna kill me? I have to, with this skirt, every single ruffle that you see, where you have a bottom part and a top part of the ruffle, when her skirt does this, every single individual ruffle also has to move. So I still gotta go back and do that for both the Y movement and the X movement. It'll take for a fucking ever. Yes, it is. I feel like I've made the bounce just enough where you think you're gonna cop a look, but you ain't get nothing. You ain't getting shit, bah. Just a slight tease. Shh. Shh. I think Bento wants the skirt to go up a little bit higher. I think I've got it, because like, okay, if I bouncy, you can see the thigh gap starts. If I went any higher, it'd just look like you have no crotch. We got it just so it, just before you get in trouble, you know? Just a little hint. It's like it's consuming her legs. It's like like that. There goes Stealthy Sanity. It was never there in the first place. Have you watched a Stealthy Mouse stream? Really? Should have been me! Not him! Me! I'd consume those, I mean, what? What the hell? You gotta go in, gotta do the ruffles still. Chain, gotta do the belts, gotta do the elbows. Detailing on the leaves and the bells. The collar needs detailing. The full body XY, so like I can lean off to the side and up and down. And then everything to do with the legs needs to be done. Look how high that skirt goes. I'll push it I'm pushing my luck with that. Oh, it should be okay. We should be okay. Same energy as Kirby. Consume meridian. I'm really gonna get in trouble for that zoom in. Like, I specifically artistic. Like, I don't think I should get in trouble for that because I'm trying to find holes in the model. Please, Twitch, I'm a rigger. I need to check. I need to know. It's part of my job. Perfectly SFW. Don't mind the streamer though. She's relevant. Don't worry about. Don't worry about what type of person the streamer who's gonna get this model is like. Twitch doesn't care unless making them bank. I feel like the smaller you are, the more likely you are to get fucking booted though. Oh wow. Right. I hear this song so often now, I actually kind of hate it. What the fuck was that advert? I just saw a naked back. What was that? Hello? Alright then. Where's my live today capture? This is not load, it's for work. I'm looking for holes. Not an orifice, a hole. I meant what I said. Holes, not orifices. They're very different things. Alright. What do I want to do next? Make our hips pop more. I need body turns, thighs, the body thighs. Look at how she's just a disembodied skirt at this point. Fine, don't worry about it. Out of what? I suppose I should do her schlegs for now. Mother and every child. Father. Oh. Didn't I say anything about orifices? Alright, I fucking see straight. I know exactly what you were implying. Don't even pretend. Don't play coy with me. I know where you've come from. I know where your mentality is at. Don't act like I'm the sus one. No. Anyway. Back to the thighs. Itchy nose. I came from my parent! So did I! My mum's a short, flat white! Otherwise known as a coffee! What have I got going on here? That stripe is on. Oh, leg. Hold up, let's just do this a faster way. Ah, fuck, I can't do it the faster way. God damn it! Alright, R. Where the fuck is the thigh layer? Hello? Oh, there you are. R. Amp. Ink. L. Okay, I think I've got it all. Leg full. Go with 30. I gotta sneeze, building in me nostrils. Sounds like Scooby for a moment. I've actually mentally forgotten what Scooby sounds like. I used to fucking love, when I was really little, I really loved the, fuck, what was it called? It's a Scooby-Doo live action movie where they get like a haunted island thing. Fucking loved that movie. I don't know what it's called though. Very old. Very, very, very old. Oh, yeah, that one was good. I fucking loved it. I actually hated Scooby-Doo, and I still don't like the animated Scooby-Doo, and I never liked it as a kid either. I fucking hated it. But that movie was the shit. Loved it. Was my jam, bro. I think I need to make this a bit wider. Physics are added. It's gonna fucking need it, mate. Alright. Other. Where is the leg I require? Found you sometimes, fucked up in the middle of the night. Where is it? I got too many fucking. There he is. I hope you're happier now. Good night, Steelfy! Good night, Huscat! Good night, friends! Oh shit, I'm still SSB, hold up. Return from sleep! Welcome back, Menace! How you doing? Zoom on in. Is itchy. How was your sleep, Menace? How's it going? You sometimes locked up in the middle of the night. Alright. Wish you were happier. Okay, we now have leggies. Deformers, kind of. I gotta figure out how the fuck I want things to behave. That is gonna be the trick. I miss the green gremlin already. Look here, buddy. Go watch Rono's stream then. I see no one likes me no more. I'm just standing until more jiggle physics is up on screen. Huh? Just a fucking standing. I have too many hearts. Wait, what? I have to leave one out to not exceed the character limit? Oh, too many, too many heart emotes. Very strange dreams, but generally good. Hug you stealthy hit everyone. Oh, true. I miss chat though. Just, hey, come on. What about me? It isn't fair. I've had enough and I want some love. Can't you see? I want some love. Now give me my fucking love. So fed up. Ah, I don't like that. Let me try again. Begging me to get the hell out of my head. Ew, gross. Figure out how I want to do this, mate. Perfect. I think I might need to give myself a brain break from it. Figure it out afterwards. Brain in my head. Oh wait, no, okay. I have an idea. I have a thought! Jet! A thought has entered my brain! Praise the brain! fine! Love in this economy? Yes. But only rich people. Only in love with a rich person. Never the other way around. Yes, I got so many gift subs this week and over the weekend. Nice. You're around everywhere, so I'm not surprised. Oh, not surprised at all. Humans, we breathe. Thing you say curated. Patience, they keep weighing me down. Oh. Get the hell out of my head. Oops, this thigh is a little bit too low behind. And pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. I want her to, like, bend her knee that way, and then this leg will go straighter. I'm excited. I've come up with an idea. To sing. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. I'm a perfect 10. You guys seeing what I'm starting to put down? You see it yet, shit? You better fucking say it. I just looked back over. We're making an SSB. Yes. Wait. Rocket, have you not seen? Wait a minute. Am I looking for another excuse to pull SSB out? Maybe. Have you not seen SSB in motion? I feel like chat doesn't need me to come up with an excuse to pull out SSB. You prefer it if I stayed that way forever, wouldn't you? Something unholy. This girl really, yeah, it really does. It's like, nope, I'm out. Peace. Yes? No, peace. Pop that hip a bit more. Married to a boy like you. Never ever knew. Told me that you. Pretty boy. Walking on the scene. And how you don't know how to keep your business clean. Getting hot at the body shop. Something unholy. You're dropping it. You're popping it. Slowly, oh, Kitty die, oh, Get that. Getting hot. And something unholy. I have to go to it. Oops, I've accidentally made her thigh really skinny. Whoopsies! Oh, daddy's getting high. A body shop. Something unholy. You're dropping it. Popping it. Put it down slowly. See where I'm going with this, Jetta?
Mouse, I will make more chaos with my 35 moat. Damn, it'd be a long time, but less Timky and more feather and let the mischief mix with chaos for more fun. Kupalgi Kabal supported nerd.
Thank you so much for sharing your stream-iversary! Well, your stream-iversary? Your sub-iversary! Is that what we call it? What the fuck do you call it? Sub-anniversary? I'll call it sub-iversary. You're such a sub! And I appreciate you, Zenos! Thank you so much! I appreciate you. slow down. But yes, my brain is braining. Like I've made that leg move a little bit too far away. Have the joy of the thighs crossing each other. No? No? You can? Nice five! Yes, Zeros! Oops, sorry, you're sitting on Mila. Get out of the way. The brain's fault! The brain's job is in fact the brain. You're right, you're so right. Look at that! Ah! Okay. Wrong leg, wrong leg, wrong leg! He's like... Like... Having just yet. Hip a little bit more. Yup, yup, yup. See, this is where I'm gonna have to figure out how to make that thigh crossover work. I can figure out how I'm gonna do it, actually. I do know exactly how I'm gonna do it. Scratch that. Let me just do it right now, motherfucker. Sir! Yo! Sup? How you doing, Charizard? Did I summon Sumi? Who summoned Sumi? I can't remember who summoned Sumi. Someone else did. Why do I feel like I'm in a boss battle with this background music? Probably because the music is called, oh no, it's not mine. It's Demonic Little Grey Cat theme song. Play the next song without a hitch. It is. Good job. Man, look at all this fucking thigh I have to play with. It's great. It's good stuff. I like lots of thigh to play with. Alright, let's 0% that. And ooh, look at that thigh sticking out. Anyway. There we go. Alright, awesome. Right leg again. A little bit more knee bend. I might have to finesse that elsewhere. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to finesse that down in the lower layers. Easy, easy, easy. Alright, let's try. I'm thinking, hold up, chat. I need to do brain stuff again. I'm thinking, I'm problem solving. Big brain. Yes. And then need to do the same with this. We love thighs here. We betcha, because we got ample thigh. I'm doing good. Just chilling, drinking pickled boba. What is pickled boba? What the fuck? It's pickled boba from Sonic the Restaurant. There's a Sonic restaurant? Where's this? America? From here. Alright, chat. Let me reveal to you the magic, if it works correctly. If it works. But I'm better off just exporting it than showing it through the physics thing, because it doesn't work right that way. So, okay. That one. Save. Okay. Pickle boba sounds like something Mouse would drink. I don't know about that, man. I don't know. I like pickle jam, but pickle boba sounds kind of suspicious. Mouse, how your day been going? Good! I beat Subnautica for the first time ever. Very proud of myself. Very proud. And now we're playing with SSB thighs. That is a big stretch, Flint. And I've been forced to stand up for the majority of this stream because my tummy was a little funny. You can't see, but like I've actually been rocking back and forth and like stepping between my legs a lot because I have a bad habit of locking my knees. It really hurts after a while. Alright, Green Gremlin is coming back, you're right. Up to the top and look out. Alright. Let's see how she came up. See if it worked the way I wanted it to. Oh my god! Look at her! Ignore that she's got no fucking leg on one leg. Yes! It's doing exactly what I wanted it to do. I'm gonna have to emphasize it a little bit more because it's a little bit too tame. Needs to pop that hip. I need to fuck with some physics settings to work. Right. Real quick. Just real quick. I lean physics. Buddy lean. Up and turn around like a race. Go 50. Negative 50. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to hoik this up. No, I'm gonna hoik this down to 20. Put this up to 70. Aha! A bit more like it. I might adjust how it behaves a little bit. Go get yours. It'll be better. Aha! Go get yours. Right. Okay, there's one more thing that I want to do. It's not giving the right level of fucking sass that I want, alright? We need a quick adjustment. Quick adjustment. Let's find the correct layers, shall we? Now, do I have fucking tail out of my goddamn way? Get out of the way. Do I have a rotator for the upper body? I don't think I do. Come in right up, cool girl. Welcome to the garden. Hello. Pickles on burgers are nice. Yeah, they are, but pickle boba. We're talking about pickle boba up in here. The Green Gremlin is currently playing Fallout 4. Glasses supremacy always. Hey, thank you for the I've confused what I was gonna say with what I read. Thank you for the follow, Carmen Rider, was what I meant to say. Appreciate it. Alright. I will figure this out. Come on, Stubby! I am gone. Feel so hollow, hollow inside. Inside. Promise you everything. Aha! I found it. This is what I was looking for. Alright. But... Oh, fuck! Jump scare. My tablet just decided to tell me it was going flat. Hear me like that. Will this model have outfit toggles? Not yet. Not yet. May come later. That is all up to SSB. Wondered if you would. Work? Hello? Oh, I see why it's being a pain in the ass. I get it! Don't lie. Yeah. Oh. Alright, we'll get this motherfucker. Hip looks like it's hippin', you know? Perfecto! Alright, let's see if synthesized corners breaks anything. Alright, doesn't look like I broke anything. Okay, I think we're okay. Ooh, he's a little bit broken. Let me just... Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna extend interpolation just to see how that goes. Okay, we'll see how this exports. I just need to swap back and then swap back in. Ninja Cat, how you doing? How are you? The new model is heckin' adorable, isn't she? She's looking so cute. Now, let's see if that gives me the sass that I wanted. Dark. I can imagine S as being a vault suit, and I like it. Oh, I like it. Yes. Click. Save. Yes. Yes. How many clicks? Ariel, it's nice to see you. Oh, I'm breaking my face tracking. I am A-OK. Feeling kind of rejected from chat because they prefer SSB right now instead of me. Feeling a little bit shunned. Alright, I get it. She kind of hot. Would. Come on live today. He's always adorable with his model. Mm-hmm. I honestly love seeing the work that goes into digging a model. A diggy hole. Dig, diggy hole. Alright. Let's try again. I'm gonna hide the background again so I can see better. So I can fucking see. Where is it? Huh? Why is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Move to the front. Haha, that's more like it. That's what I wanted. And fucking sassy hip hops. I want to emphasize it a little bit more. So the skirt's being a bit funny. What's happening there? What's happening with the skirt? I think I know what I think I know what I've done. I think I know what I did with the skirt. That's an easy fix. Oops, I just paused my music, sorry. Well, yeah, the knees adds a nice little touch. Might make her actual, now that I've fixed how the torso behaves, I will have more leeway to pop her actual, like, hips out a bit more. So the legs will pop out a little bit more to the side, each side, so you gotta get a little... You're just gonna get a little sneak peeky of roughly where butt cheek would be, so I'm sure no one will complain about that. I know SSB, and I know her chat, there ain't gonna be no bitching about that. That much I'm sure of. Right. So I've got the Z movement on the thighs, I just need the Y movement, X movement, and physics. Might add some steppies? I'm not sure yet. Needs to swing her hips out a little bit more. She's a little bit further out, I think. Otherwise, she's looking good. Ah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not because I've been too lazy to add that leg to the texture atlas. Don't worry about it. It'll be there. It'll be there. All right. It's good enough. It'll be there eventually. When I can be fucked. Put it back on the texture atlas. Something about the tail that's so mesmerizing. I spent 2 days on the tail alone. 2 whole fucking work days. I think I did 10 hours each day of that. It was a nightmare, I tell you. A fucking nightmare. Oh, I think I've done something. Hang on. Oh, no, I haven't. It's alright. It's alright. That's just live today doing live today things. I spent so long getting it just right, so it didn't have, like, crunchy turns, and then it didn't, like, glitch out when you moved certain ways. The only stuttering you get is unavoidable live 2D stuff, because live 2D can be like that sometimes. It likes to drop frames for no fucking reason. I sure wish they would fix that. I never used to do this, but it does now. And she can, like, put her tail down as well, if it's, like, getting in the way. She can put it downwards instead of having it upwards. Yes. That's out of the way if it's annoying chat or herself. Just stick a peg leg there, don't worry about it. Got a peg? Or they didn't have the same day shipping. Gotta wait a little bit longer. Don't get here. Isa emotes? Isa? I feel like I know the design. I know of, but I have not seen. Probably streams outside of a time zone that I can't watch. And again, I don't watch many streamers because they're so fucking distracting when I'm trying to work. Wow. But, alright. We look good, we look good, we look good, we look good. Thighs are doing thigh things. Knees are doing knee things. Hips need to hip just a little bit more for me to be satisfied with it. Otherwise, I think I'm done for the day. I'm bushed. I'm like a bush, chat. What's that? Streaming for 8 hours. What happened to my 4-hour streams? I know what happened to those, because I certainly don't. Wait out. Alright, as SSB! Is my art emote? Oh, so the person who made the emote. Is she Aussie like you? Ow! Another Australian! Let's go! Live TD especially hate my laptop. Oh, you wouldn't be able to get Live TD to run on a laptop. It's a really intense program. Even on super beefy, like fucking NASA level computers, it can still be a pain in the ass, honest to gods. No matter how powerful or beefy your PC is gonna shit the bed. I'm gonna pause this music because the minute I change screens, the theme music will play. Flash of music. Not good, not good, no. I want that clash. Quit epre. Adding screen. Okay. I need a break. I need to raid out. I don't know how people in Australia survive with so many things trying to kill you. I mean, in all fairness, we don't have bears. We don't have wolves. We only have, like, tiny little things that'll sneak into your socks in the middle of the night and bite you. But it's, you know, I'm not gonna get ripped to pieces. I'll just die slowly of poison, blah, venom, whatever, same difference. We also have trees, called suicide trees, because if you should accidentally brush up against one, the pain can last years and will not go away. People have offed themselves because it's that bad. Hey. Don't touch the tree. Even if it looks nice and fluffy, it's not good. I need mouse back! Can I come back, chat? I come back? I come back, chat? Thanks. Yes? Is anyone else gonna let me come back, please? I've been working hard. I wanted Subnautica. I made SSB hip swings and jiggle physics and ruffles. Please. Yeah. Yay! Yay! I get to come back. VTube. Oh, there we go. I was worried. VTube Studio had shat the bed. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Look at my lack of movement. So stiff. Where's my jiggle physics? Ah! Ain't got none. We ain't got much. Oh, a tiny little bit in the tail.
Thanks King Prawn 8 for gifting Head Padma Senpai sub. Now Head Padma Senpai can never leave.
Thank you for the gifted sub for Head Padma Senpai. No head pats for you though. Good, perfect, sorry. Oh, hi, Mouse. You just missed SSB. Yeah. Ah, damn. Have you ever seen Mouse and SSB in the same room before, though? Just saying. Just saying. Wanted head pat Mouse? Was there no head pat Mouse? Got the head pat Senpai instead. All right. Who am I harassing with a raid? Who's getting bullied? Oh, Froggy's live. Alright, normally I'd raid straight out to SSB because that's who I was making. I don't think I've gotten to raid into Froggy before, so I'm gonna go harass her. I'm gonna go bully Froggy. He has my little frog model. Yes. Oh, go wait for the ads. I'm watching ads for you, chat. Are you fucking? You better be fucking appreciative of my ad watching just for you. I'm gonna go raid Missy! Froggy! Opens. The raiding. Ew, another Australian! Yes, we are raiding another Aussie. We're going in, folks. We fucking going in! I want ads. No ads for you. Fuck you, only me. Was it raid 2? stretch. If you're not subscribed, grab the stealthy raid with the creepy smiling frog. If you are subscribed, you can rolling raid on in there. And go harass Hoppy. BC, Hoppy, Froggy, Hoppins, Missy, whatever. 6 different names. Ducky Door. She's been needing the morale boost, so we're gonna go assault her. But sadly, nope. No head pat mouse. No, how suspicious. Since you showed 2 models together, no, I haven't done. No, that was a pre-recording. I could do that. You haven't seen us live in the same room. Only pre-recorded. Do we just miss SSV? You should bring back the model. Okay. Sorry, my brain just left me. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. I will be streaming again, same time, again, next week. It's becoming a regular now, okay? It looks like things are getting regular. So, same time next week. I'll see you guys. I don't know what I'll be doing yet, but we'll figure it out, I guess. I might have a poll in Discord. Yep, thank you. Bye. I'll see you next week. Bye.